Okay, gentlemen, the first thing we have is the approval of the minutes. Do you have any questions, comments, concerns? And
I don't.
I don't either. Motion to approve the minutes.
I'll second it.
so it's been moved and seconded to accept the proceedings of the Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, March 23rd, 2021. Any discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next we have planning. Don and Sherry Jane, come on up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
So this morning, we've got a variance request for a setback distance for a garage. It's up in the Stapleton subdivision. If you'll recall, all those lots are landing strips, 100 foot wide, 800 feet long. So what they want to do is on the, well, get to a picture, Shaq. Find the property. So their driveway's on the north or east side of their property. They're wanting to put a garage on the west side so that they can come down the garage and turn into the, or down the driveway, come into the garage. So they're requesting a setback of 10 feet from the Colorado State property to the west.
Which is the red colored property?
Who's the red colored property?
That's the game and fish.
Their little
Their state
hatchery, old hatchery, okay.
wildlife property. If you go to the sketch now, Shaq.
Oh, now you want the sketch.
Yeah. So to meet the setbacks, they'd have to put the garage right in the middle, and then there's no way to, well, they'd have to move their driveway and everything else to try and get to it. So they would prefer to have the garage there so they can come down the driveway and turn into the garage.
Any complaints from the neighbors?
Pardon?
Anything from the neighbors? I shouldn't
Well,
say
it's
complaints,
this,
any concern?
it's the state.
So I see Linda Johnson over there on the other side.
Well, it's on the opposite side
Oh,
of her.
Okay.
Yeah, the only one that they would be impacting would be the
The state.
state property.
State property.
State doesn't care.
Okay.
Till later.
Wayne, you want to come on up? Are you both? Oh, okay. You both can.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
Good morning.
Sorry, that's the wrong place.
That's quite all
All
right.
right.
All right, we're just getting started.
Okay.
Just give them the basic layout and the state property on the west there.
Sorry about my drawing.
That's okay. Better than some.
I thought it was a nice drawing. I tried to lead off with it.
So I guess my question is 10 feet the maximum that you can get, or could you move it out just a little
I
bit?
would actually prefer less if possible, but I figured 10 feet was, driving through town, looking at buildings is like the norm that you see around. And on the state property next to us, they have a building there on the far west side that is less than 10 feet off the property line.
An old building or a new building?
I'm not sure, I can't tell by the aerial shot what it is.
Yeah. So some of the buildings that are out there are pre-existing of the land use code, and they didn't comply with any of the setback standards.
Right,
So what we look at today are the setback standards of what we have to deal with.
correct.
So
Is it true that I believe that standard was just changed here in the
it
last
was in
year
the
or
last
so?
5 months?
Yeah, it
Oh.
was back
Last
in,
November.
So on a lot that's only 100 foot wide with those kind of setbacks, what's the guy supposed to do?
Just
Come
what
see
you're
you.
doing.
Just
You're
what you're
asking. I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions because typically, I mean, it's, I mean, you want to orient it on your property, what fits you best. I get that.
Right.
So I was just seeing 10 feet is actually pretty close. Which way is your roof draining? Is it gonna drain onto the other neighbor's property?
The
What-
gable vent, it'll be out on ours,
So it's gonna go north-south?
north-south, correct?
So it's not gonna go back to the west?
No.
Okay. Because that's not, I can't see that by your drawing.
There was a second page that I had that showed the elevations on there. And so the garage would be, there we go. That'd be
Okay.
facing east.
Okay.
You don't want your garage door on the north?
No. No.
Well, and I can assume that, but I can't assume it if it's not written.
Sorry.
So I'm just asking a simple question. Because the
I say
runoff
you
of
be
the
a
water-
stickler, don't go for 10 foot, make him do 122 inches.
The runoff of the water is something that you typically don't want to run off onto your neighbor's property.
Correct.
So 10 feet
that'd be the
with the
best.
snow deep enough, you're gonna put a lot more snow, which is gonna create problems with the fence, which is gonna create problems with your neighbor.
Right.
So that's hence trying to, get it a little bit farther the opposite direction.
I understand.
So, gentlemen,
Nobody from the state said anything? Or-
No.
I'm good with it.
Yeah.
Remember, they're closed because of COVID.
true. So, in the flood zone, is it in the flood zone?
We're working on that right now. We have surveyors
So
coming out
we'll
this
just-
week. Yeah,
We'll just-
possibly.
Put in for a floodplain permit.
He's got the application in,
Okay.
but he's gotta get it.
So we'll just elevate it to, what is it, 8 inches or something above the floodplain? Or a foot? Okay.
When we did the leach field and septic tank 4 or 5 years ago, we had to do the same thing. So the building's gonna sit right next to the leach field.
That was Cap, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was capped.
So, hey, I mean,
I've already contacted him. He's just waiting.
Yeah.
Surveyors are showing up this week.
Okay.
So.
Motion to approve the variance.
I'll second it.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to approve a variance to setback submitted by Harold Moser
Yep.
On property located at 19740 Highway 145, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 1.84 acres more or less, located south of Highway 145. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And I have the variance here for you to sign.
Okay.
Good?
you're good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Have a good day.
Jane's gonna go take care of paperwork with them and payment and whatnot, so we can get it recorded. This other item we've got is, you had it for unfinished business as far as the RV parks. As far as if you wanna do a variance application, if you want us, to waive the whole process for zoning and high-impact permits. If you want us to do the applications and just grant those, or how and what we need to do to cover our bases and have it all documented.
We were
I-
gonna provide notice, right?
Right.
Did
but
we do that?
But we need to know what documents and how we're doing it so we can have the notice information accurate.
I'll help you draft it, but I think we're just gonna call it that we're correcting,
Correct. Okay.
that it's
So-
mislabeled.
Yeah, my assumption was, once we, specifically the two, the Stoner and
The-
the...
Yeah, the zoning's not a
Yeah.
problem, it's
Was-
just adding in the high impact
Right.
special use permit part
And
of
we were
it.
just gonna have them fill out the application and then correct it as a correction, right?
Is
And
that
then-
possible? Is
Well, I
that,
don't, were they gonna fill out an application or were we just gonna make the zoning change?
I thought we decided to waive that.
I thought we
Last
did
week.
too.
The process.
Yeah, the
Just make the
process.
zoning change. Public notice that we're making the zoning change, but just make it.
Yeah,
But then you have the high impact permit as an add-on.
I think that's what your question was, and I thought that we had talked about just filling out the application, but waiving the process.
waiving the, yeah.
Yeah.
Fair
that
enough.
make
I
sense?
think that's good. That way we've got their signatures.
Correct, and that way it's just an application, and that's it.
Should we do that before we do notice?
We can.
I think we should.
I think that'd be appropriate.
Make sure that they're on board with signing it.
Yeah, and then we can get the language on the notice accurate.
Okay.
Cool.
Good.
Second question is on, we've got currently 2 non-compliant certified letters that were sent out, received. They have not responded within the 10-day time frame given.
So what we can do, and I didn't know if you wanted me to bring that up today or not, Don, but I wanted to, so thank you for bringing it up. It's really up to you all what we do. We can ask them to come in and negotiate, assess fines. Really, the only way we can collect any money without them negotiating something is if we file a suit against them. In county court is how we usually do it. So we can take them to court and try to collect money from them. I mean, ordinarily, we'd probably invite them to come in, negotiate this out with us, which might be first step, with the threat of, hey, this is a legal action that we might pursue. But it's really up to you guys. I know in the past, we've been hesitant to, make people go through the court process. But if you have no other option, then you all can certainly decide to do that.
I would suggest you start with a
Well,
face-to-face
I think so, too.
conversation.
Well, I think
Give
a
'em-
county attorney letter will get their attention more than just the planning department letter.
Basically, I'll ask them to come meet with you and me.
Or unless you want me to notice them again, but that's
I don't think
No,
that's
I-
worthwhile.
just gonna be more
Notice said
time.
to contact you within 10 days. They've been noticed. Go to
I-
step 2 and.
I think we go to step 2, the attorney with you draft the letter to request the in-person meeting, and then we can do the negotiations there.
I think that I just don't like threatening people
No.
unless I follow through with it.
No.
And so I
Right.
think I'll say an option is, could be a legal action in court. We'd like to avoid that if possible.
Yeah,
So
we just
please
want to
come in
meet
and
with you
talk.
and
Yeah.
try and get it resolved.
Don, how do you notify them? Is it return
Certified
okay.
receipt, yeah.
We'll do it today.
Because we've got another one that will expire Saturday, so this might turn into a string of events.
Yeah.
So an attorney letter requesting the follow-up in-person meeting with you all.
Works for me.
Okay.
Cool. And then the third item, we've been working with the city of Cortez because they are working on their master streets plan. But apparently, per Colorado statutes, there's a county statute, there's city statutes, there's if you want to annex statutes, and the city's defaulting to the least amount of work for them. So they're only going to cover the 1 mile perimeter around the city. So my question is, per state statutes, we're supposed to give them or submit to them applications within the 3 mile zone for them to review and approve to meet their master streets plan. If they're not going to do the plan, do we legally, so we don't get in trouble, have to submit anything and have them sign stuff that they're not even able to review to meet any plan?
I think yes, but if we get something in writing from them saying, don't submit these, we're not considering them, then let's stop wasting your time.
Okay.
But unless you get something, even an email is sufficient from the city stating that, hey, we're not going to consider these, we don't care
Okay.
about these, then you can forego that.
Great,
But unless you get something in writing from the city, sorry to waste your time.
right.
But do it, yeah.
Yeah, we've had the discussion because half the time our applications are the only thing that their P and Z reviews because they don't have anything going on.
But I hate to waste everybody's time. If they say we don't want these anymore, just get them to put that in writing and
Okay,
cut it off.
fair enough.
Can that come from the council, or is that just from the planner?
Either. The planning department can speak for them in this.
Okay, good.
Which
That's
would
even easier.
simplify a lot of things, that way
Oh,
we
yeah.
don't,
Well,
if
everybody's
it's
waiting
within the
for an
1 mile,
application.
then it just moves things quicker for us.
Yeah, the 1
Which
mile
time is
will
money.
still submit and they'll have review on that. Because they are gonna, well, they're working towards adopting their plan to 1 mile outside the city limits. Not for annexation, just road alignments and developments. If in 40 years they get things straight and want to annex something else to have to take care of.
In their plans, have you seen any common sense? They're not gonna extend 7th Street across Hartman Canyon, are they?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, there's
At one time, they were going to do that.
there's some legitimate boundaries, and it's not gonna be the 1 mile bubble. It'll be probably Road M to 29 down to
So it'll, kind of like the drawing on the map. is.
G, obviously, probably the highway, because they're not going into Hartman Draw. I don't know, they'll define that, but it'll be section lines and existing roads, not random areas where you are in a bubble or not in a bubble.
I know my back fence is a city boundary.
Right.
Which I never see a bridge across that draw.
I do.
Well,
Never
Right on
I'm
top-
just saying.
Right on top of a nice dam.
In my lifetime, I never see that happening. Not to say that it couldn't happen, but, I mean, it's done everywhere
I
right
don't
now.
know, I
It's
think
just
Rob
not-
was working on plans.
Yeah, I know Rob's building bridges everywhere right now, so. I'm fine with that, as long as you get that letter.
Yeah.
We don't have to waste our time, their time. and
I think
just
that'll
within
make
that
them
1
just
mile.
as happy as it'll make us, because having to wait for their chair to sign Mylars is painful.
Anything in writing from them, either planning or the city manager or the council.
Okay, great.
And from you,
That's
who's,
easy.
who's the chairman of their P and Z?
Robert Remy?
Okay.
Yeah, they don't like reviewing our stuff anyway. If you listen into their meetings, they kind of want us to go away and leave them alone. Sounds like. Some of them are interested and want to see what's developing, but half of them you get the impression like you're making them show up for a meeting once a month.
You have your answer.
Great. You got anything for me? That's all my list covers.
Very good. All of your unfinished business is taken care of? Very good.
Well, it's at least started now. Got a direction, thanks.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Okay, next we have our public comment session, and first of all, the BOCC welcomes you to this meeting. Person speaking during public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. Or depending on the number of people wishing to speak, it may be reduced to allow members of the public the opportunity to address the board. When addressing the board, please state your name and address for the record prior to providing your comments. Comments to the individual supervisors or staff are not permitted, and participants may not yield their time to others. So with that, we have our public comment session. Anybody would like to speak, come on down.
Come on up.
I assume this is the podium I stand at. This is the first commissioner meeting I've been at. My name is Tara Graff. My address is 33915 County Road P.2 in Mancos, Colorado. I'm here to discuss a grievance with my neighbor whom has been calling the sheriff on various neighbors. He has not called the sheriff on me yet. I did, though, contact the sheriff myself yesterday in regards to the county road that he has been putting speed bumps on. I am aware of the fact that there are people that do speed up and down this road. I have stopped them myself. I think he did overkill with the speed bumps of 20 of them. I think more sufficient would be maybe 5 or 6. And it does pose a hazard to people driving a trailer full of horses or anything else up the road and causing maintenance damage on vehicles as well. During that, the reason I called the sheriff yesterday is he did use the gravel that I push off of my driveway in the wintertime. I was going to reuse to put in the potholes on the county road that I drive up and down on my area, and he proceeded to use that gravel for himself. And I think it's a public safety also for other people, because we do have elderly people that live up above me and need to get to the hospital and have had to use the ambulance at times. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next. Absolutely. Just turn it on.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Roy Gelbhaus, and I'm here to talk about that speed bump problem as well. The situation developed just this weekend, and really what this is one symptom actually of a far greater problem, and that is the status of road P.2 from County Road 33 east to Pewitt Reservoir and the boat ramp and campground that's in that area. There's a long-standing question of maintenance, and this has now been brought to a head by the actions of this one owner that Ms. Graff spoke about. Presently, what we have is a problem of clearance, and I have various pictures I could show you right now I took the other day after he put in these speed bumps. And there's also a question of emergency response, the sheer number of speed bumps. There's also, I got a call just this morning from a fellow named True Kirk, who has a property for sale just off P2. And the sale, he had an out-of-state purchaser. That's interesting. Oh, you have that from what I sent you. Okay. It's the same picture I had up on my computer. Okay. So he had a sale with an out-of-state buyer that was all set to go, and this owner had accosted him and the realtor, and, or I should say the buyer, that is, and the realtor, the potential buyer, and drove off that buyer. He lost the sale because of this individual. And this is also the only access for some people who live off 34.5, which goes south from P.2 in this section that I'm speaking of. When there are people that are down there that are also trying to sell properties. There are people there who are off the grid. There's a woman who's hauling in water. And of course, speed bumps like this, where there's so many of them, obviously causes sloshing, will cause sloshing. She also has a horse trailer and is unable to safely take her horses in and out from there. But as I said, these are all problems that this fellow has brought to a head. The actual length of this P.2 from 33 to Pewitt Reservoir, the full length is in question because there are easements over private property, and not all the owners live on this with their ownership going to the actual road, but rather they live off 34.7, which accesses 184. So they have no interest whatsoever in trying to maintain this road. Yet the county has this road on its website, or excuse me, not the road, but Pewitt Reservoir as a state wildlife area as a recreational opportunity. The original agreement that was made back in July 12th of 1965, and I have a copy here, and I sent one to Mr. Powers. The original agreement was with the
So-
state.
Your 3 minutes are up, and I'm going to go ahead and stop you there. We have this, we have all of this in front of us that we have gotten from Mr. Powers yesterday, so I appreciate your comments, and we have our road superintendent in the back, and we're going to bring him up and ask him some questions.
Okay, and yes, we had already spoken about this previously, and but I just believe that this is a symptom with an individual who is unstable. When first he met my wife, as an example, he was talking in terms of how he was a former Marine and he can kill people. Ms. Graff also has reported that she hears him firing what he ostensibly says is a legal assault style weapon, and we don't want this to get any worse than it is. There has to be an agreement between the county and the state and get this road taken care of one way or another in terms of its maintenance so that this individual can be contained and we
Okay.
put this matter to rest. Thank you.
for your comment. Rob, if you would come on down. This is public comment, ma'am. I apologize. This is really not for debate or discussion. We're gonna go ahead and address it with our road superintendent, and you're more than welcome to listen in and see what the discussion broadens from there.
Leave that on for you, Rob?
That'd be fine, thanks. Morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Rob.
So, first of all, obviously, you know what my first question is going to be is it's a red road. And red roads in the county mean that we have no jurisdiction over the maintenance of this road at all. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, in reference to what he was talking about, that is from the state, that agreement?
I haven't actually looked at that agreement yet, but that's what it sounds like.
So the way I read that last night was that's an agreement from the state and the county was to benefit you for getting road from the lake and to have access to that little boat ramp, correct?
Did the Fish and Game ever get an agreement with the landowner? Because there was an easement issue at one time.
Well, all this says is with this Thelma and H.L. Cornett
And the
Back in-
state of Colorado.
and the
Oh,
state
I
of
haven't- I
Colorado.
haven't seen that in '66. yeah.
So that would only give access from, basically, it would be 33 Road to the boat ramp, which is not all of P.2 Road in its entirety.
No.
That's the only agreement that was provided to us that we have.
Well, I don't know, we did this a couple years ago and we dug in pretty deep, and there was a time in 1997, if you go back to the meeting minutes and read that about P2 off of Road 33, the DOW was to work with Frank Lopez, who owns some land there, to create a right-of-way easement through that area and work with the county then to become something that they could work with. And to my knowledge, that never got done. It's still laying out there. So basically, from my standpoint, we're looking at a red road that has no easement through it to work on it, and it's not even up to standard to be worked on. So it has to be built before we could take it over. So there's a lot of other things there too, but that's the last note I had, is meeting notes in '97. I wasn't aware of '66.
So we have no easement on the road,
Not
and
certain
it
sections.
doesn't comply with any of the county road standards
No,
to be able to do anything with it.
no, that for sure. And the easement's a question Doug might help with some of this, but there is an easement problem with the DOW. And then there was a time, 7 or 8 years ago, where the county would blade it once or twice a year for trading water. we would go to Pewitt and get water to take care of 33 and 34, and all that was gravel down through there. Well, we chip sealed it, and the year we chip sealed it, we lost the water to the mussel problem, and so there was no reason then to even go grade it no more, because we weren't trading for water no more. So that was about as deep as I got for an agreement, so.
So, working with Mr. Gelbhaus, I believe it was a year ago, we researched all the deeds from 33 to Pewitt, and all of those deeds do have a 30-foot easement, access easement through their property, which is the existing easement that Fish and Game wanted from 33 to the lake. So all those deeds do have that easement recorded, but it's only a 30-foot easement for public use. Because we had an instance where a guy he took care of his section, he had just bought it a couple years ago, plowed it during the winter and decided it was his road and put up a gate. So we researched that, working with the sheriff's department to get him lined out. And I don't know if this is the same scenario, same guy, but those easements are on everybody's deed through that area. South of there, I don't know. That runs down through Rogue Ranch, and I don't know what their easement agreements
So
are.
the easement probably states just for egress and ingress?
Public access.
So egress and
I don't know
ingress.
about utilities. I can't remember. I mean, I have to look it all up, but it's only a 30-foot, so.
Which is still not really, well, one, it doesn't comply with the right-of-way standard.
No.
It's half the.
You'd have to get
half the
60
width.
foot to try and put in a
60
real
foot.
road, and you'd be starting from scratch, so.
So whether or not there is a public right-of-way there, isn't our, so I'd be cautious about saying, oh, it's a red road, we don't have any jurisdiction. Red road means we haven't asserted any jurisdiction. Doesn't mean there's not a right-of-way there. The county hasn't claimed that there's a right-of-way there. So, you know, I think it makes sense that we were offering to, or that we were grading it maybe years ago when we were getting a benefit in exchange. But it also sounds like we've never tried to say, hey, this is a county road, this is ours, we're gonna maintain it, and you can't put gates on it, you can't put speed bumps on it, which we absolutely would say if it was a green road, if it was a green county road. You know, there are public rights-of-ways that exist either because there's federal property, for other reasons, cattle drives, whatnot, that the county does not itself assert a right-of-way on. And so just because there may be a public right-of-way in those easements does not mean that the county has to get involved, should get involved, but it might be an opportunity to get involved if you all wanted to. As far as, hey, we're going to try to condemn land, make a 60-foot road, we're going to bring this thing up to par, those types of things. I mean, maybe that opportunity exists. I don't want to say that it does or not. I'd have to research that particular road. But I would just say that it looks like it's not a Montezuma County road right away.
Don, how many property owners are along there?
I think there's 5.
Well, if you go on down to P.2 loop.
Well, if you go south, it turns into a dozen more.
Yeah.
And we didn't research that. We just covered that first leg to get the information to the sheriff.
They can also come in off that other road, 35.6. They got to go through a gate, but.
And that gate exists right now, correct?
Yep. See, he just said no, so I don't know anything about it. He's right. This is private world for
It
me.
is private, and
yeah.
it is a red road, and I
Mhm.
guess that's where, I mean, if the people have wanted it private for that long and they only restricted it to a 30-foot easement, they're basically saying, hey, we don't want you guys involved at all. Otherwise, it would have been a 60-foot easement, and it would have been built to a county road standard. So I'm going to respect their rights of private property to say, they don't want us involved at all. I mean, what,
I mean, it's been that way for 60 years, so I think everybody's just maintaining. I think Shaq had a
picture of the sign that said it's maintained by all the residences.
There was a picture.
So,
In our workshop yesterday, there was said there was one party that hadn't granted a right-of-way across his private ground, but so all of them have?
all the deeds that I looked up had access easement through their property.
But it was just to the boat ramp.
I didn't look any further.
Yeah, not further
Right.
down.
I
to
didn't,
the
yeah.
Well,
P.2.
I wonder if the DOW ever got an agreement with that party, because there's a lot of comments in public meetings and commissioners' meetings about that goal to get an agreement with the DOW to cross somebody's land. And I know Lloyd Everett was working on it, and it never got done in my records, so something like you do about that.
Yeah, I just looked to see if there was easements deeded. I didn't try and figure out who granted them.
Probably mostly just a subdivision to drive through, I guess, but the DOW didn't even have an easement to have a lake boat ramp there at one time, so.
Well, the DOW, that, Shaq, if you pull that back up, that is with the DOW.
That was in
State
66
of
to
Colorado.
Cornet.
To Cornet, yeah. Okay, well, 97, they didn't have something then, something to do with DOW trying to get an easement through there, so.
So would that expire, or would it?
Gentlemen, I might be able to answer some of these questions, because we have been through this a little bit. If I could just have a few more minutes.
Sure, why not?
Okay, sir, you've got a few more minutes. This is.
Appreciate that. Okay, so here's the agreement, and that's what's on the screen here. And at the time, it was from the state. It was the Game Fish and Parks Commission. And my understanding now is that Parks and Wildlife were combined. In other words, there have been reorganizations and reorganizations of state government. Presently, as Parks and Wildlife, they have turned it over as a state wildlife area. As such, their opinion is that they don't need to worry about people getting access. The parks half of the house does. They're not considering this to be a park. However, it also says down at the bottom of this whole agreement that they made that these presents shall extend and be binding upon the successors and interests and assigns of the parties hereto. In other words, if they gave it to the school board, if they gave it to CDOT, doesn't matter. It was the state. That's why I'm imploring you folks to get involved with the state. And secondly, with respect to this one owner, who's the same one that Don provided the information for the sheriff about, okay, and this fellow represents trouble, that perhaps the county could seek a restraining order on him from accosting people. He's cost this one guy a sale. He's presently, we have another owner down the road.
You're making two different
Okay.
arguments, so, and I'd really
Okay,
stick.
okay.
Our
So
argument
this
is
was
with
made-
a road and not with a person.
And it
So-
was with a green road at one time. Doug Roth of GIS, when we had our meeting, remember, Rob? Yeah, it was several years ago. Doug Roth said that he was able to find in the record, excuse me, where this was once a green road, and then he could not find why or when it reverted to red. So the county had some interest, because what the agreement said is that the state was supposed to ask the county to take it over. We are already working on the state side as well, just so you're aware, trying to get them, if they're the ones who are supposed to bring it up to county standards, so be it. But between the state and the county, somebody needs to do something before this situation gets any worse. That's what I'm really here to ask of you folks. Don't wash your hands of this. It's already gotten to the point where people are being chased down, and that sign that you saw there, that was purchased by me. It was installed by me. There are two of them, one at each end, because the situation is getting so out of hand. Thank you. I hope that's helpful.
So I guess to have been a green signed road, it would have had to have been adopted into the county road system.
And why would
And then it wouldn't
been
have
deleted?
met any standards, so I don't know. It may have shown green on a map, but I don't know that that means it was adopted.
So we have our GIS person that just walked into the room, which we're going to put you on the spot, but maybe you're not the right person to put on the spot because you may not have any knowledge of this P.2 road.
Yeah, Doug would know.
Microphone, please.
Yeah, unfortunately, Doug really knows the history of the roads and the requirements, and he's out of town this week.
Okay. So really, I think, now we're way off into the weeds here, and we're in public comment. So
I
think
could bring
what
the
we
weed
can do is
department
that we can take this into advisement with our attorney. We have the information that's been provided to us with the agreement with the state, and that'll give you time to research it and let Doug get back into town, and we can move on from there. So,
John, would you like a copy of those deeds that show
Sure.
the easement?
Yes.
It doesn't state who the easement's granted to. It's just, all I was doing was verifying easements went through all those properties for the sheriff's department.
I would like to see him. I am also curious about this green, that
Yeah.
might have at one point been a green road, the history of that. So I'll touch base with Doug.
I think
as
that's
well.
Rob's
So-
fault.
I'm
Yeah.
going to ask Shaq if you would put this on for 2 weeks from now for unfinished business. We'll take it under advisement and we'll research this farther. And then that way we can get on with our meeting.
Okay, yeah, because this is something that comes up every few years.
Well, we will put it to rest
Okay.
once we find out what all of the agreements are. And we'll go from there.
Okay.
For a few years.
Yeah.
Till next election.
I think what you're hearing from the public today is that letting it fester in the past hasn't been maybe the best strategy.
That's why it's on in 2 weeks, and that'll give us time to research it, and we'll make a decision.
And do you want to invite the property owner that may be that is allegedly causing issues for his neighbors?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure. So hopefully, we're going to put that into your hands, and you can invite every property owner.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you, guys.
We
Any other-
would probably also, sorry to interrupt, we would probably also allow the opportunity for Zoom if somebody wanted to Zoom in.
So make sure we have that also with the Zoom link, Shaq,
Yippers.
in 2 weeks. All right, any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, I am going to close the public comment session, and we are going to move into
Thanks,
county
Rob.
government.
Thanks, Rachel.
And we have Miss Leslie Bugg first on our list. Good
Good morning.
So I'll introduce myself. I'm Leslie Bugg, the Montezuma County Assessor.
Oh, it got turned off. So we were asked to come and let you guys know what our offices do. So my office is pretty much split into two sections. I have an administration section and an appraiser section. On the admin side, I'll just go through the duties, and if you guys have questions about the duties or how they're handled, anything like that, just let me know. We update all ownership and addresses on all the accounts, so all the parcels in the county. If an ownership changes or an address changes, we're responsible for making sure that's correct for the tax roll. We do evaluations for oil and gas, personal property, possessory interests, sand and gravel, state assessed and state exempt on the admin side. We process and house all the maps that are recorded, that are signed here and recorded for processing. We do that in our office. We create all subdivisions and all new accounts, purge mobile homes and do mobile home authentications. We do the senior and the vet exemptions. We update and transfer all mineral interests, and we update all the tax districts and the accounts that are involved in all of that, and also do customer service on a daily basis. anyone have any questions about that stuff?
So when somebody doesn't agree with your assessment of that, then what happens?
The assessment of the personal property and stuff, they have a 30-day protest period, which goes into the other part of my spill.
I'll let you get there. I'll stop interrupting.
So then on the appraiser side, we pick up and add all new construction to the tax roll. So it is our responsibility to basically just drive around the county. There's no other way unless the cities, Dolores, Minkus, and Cortez let us know of any building permits. The county is just drive around and find it. We verify all the sales in the county. So any sale that happens in our office, we have to verify that it's a valid sale and can be used for reval. Meaning it's an arm's length transaction, not sold to a family member, no contracts were involved, anything like that. We have to make sure that it was a legitimate market sale so we can use that for reval. We do a reval of the 23,000 accounts every other year in a mass appraisal situation. We classify and evaluate the land, agricultural, vacant, and residential. We maintain the 10-year revolving ag report for the agricultural evaluation, and we evaluate all commercial land and buildings out, and that is also outsourced by John Zimmerman. He's out of Denver. He does all of our commercial properties now. All the field work for all new construction is done by the 3 appraisers that we have, and then customer service also. Notices of value for this year, because this is a reval year, will be mailed out in May. May 1st through May 30th is protest period for all of those people to come in and protest their values. We will not be meeting with the public individually this year. We're going to only do by mail, phone, email, and then if we need to set up an appointment with them to come out and look at their property, we'll do so. I just feel that this year we need to start a different standard of how things have been done in the past and the way the public has been in our office and has interacted with our office in the past. I think it's going to be a little different going forward. That being said, the notices of value will be mailed in May, and the CBOE hearings for you all will start July 1st for real property and personal property.
So just so the new commissioners know, when somebody objects to the assessor's appraisal of their property, they appeal to you guys to try and get you to change the work that Leslie's done.
Which
In a
we
sense.
have actually, have you guys done one yet?
They
No?
should not have,
There
no.
was- Okay. There was one recently, not too long ago, maybe.
It was June or July of last year.
And we actually, she's, the BOCC ruled with Ms. Bug, and Ms. Bug and I have that hearing coming up on May 5th, maybe, I don't remember. And it's, I think, a phone or Zoom hearing.
Oh, I know, I hope so.
As opposed to us going to Denver, Grand Junction. Ms. Bug's elected office is a very important office for this county. She's our moneymaker, especially when we don't have a sales tax, those types of things. It's an
Yeah, the
important-
majority of the money for the county is definitely ran through the office. And if we don't get everything picked up and have it correct, then the county suffers. So we have a big responsibility. And we take it very serious.
And how many, you said you have 3 appraisers?
7 employees total, counting myself. I am what they call a working assessor. I do about the job of 3 people in my office, just to make sure that everything gets done.
And we also have an external commercial
Right.
appraiser.
The guy from
That
Denver.
was one, yes, the commercial appraiser is what I requested the commissioners last year to do, and this is his first reval, so I feel really thankful that that got taken care of.
You know, often, also from a legal standpoint, how historically this county has handled the county attorney's office is the county attorney represents the BOCC, not the other elected officials. You know, I do occasionally file some kind of basic motions for the treasurer or other elected officials sometimes, but rarely. With Ms. Bug, it seems like as far as the elected officials go, I work with her more frequently than the other elected officials because it's often in your interests. Usually you're the client, but Ms. Bug is the person in the know as far as really the BOCC hearing I'm doing with Ms. Bug is me defending the BOCC's position on the assessment.
Will we do the legwork and get all the paperwork for you? I myself have been with the county for 13 years. 4 of those have been assessor. I was appointed for my first year and a half, and then I'm currently running on my own right now. So that's all I have. If anyone has any questions for me.
She's also known as Crystal Buck or something.
Oh, I've had lots of names in the past year. Lots of names. Lori, I think I was Lori a lot. Susie.
The newspaper called her Buck, right?
Leslie Buck. Yep.
Miss Buck.
Yeah, and my election picture was Leslie Buck. Any
It's
questions?
okay.
I own the Rio Grande Cafe, so.
We did do with Ms. Bug, one of her requests were vehicles.
Yes.
And I think that we have all of those resolved at this point in time. She has, we gave up we gave up our only vehicle down here for her. We felt that it was more critical for her to have a vehicle that she could use every day for her assessors instead of us using for our trips. So we rent now instead of.
And we're now, in the evenings, we have to park right up next to Kim's camera so that we can watch people. We've been getting our vehicles vandalized. So we're now parking right up next to the camera until we can figure something else out. But it works. I'm not going to let them get trashed now I finally got them.
Anything else?
No, I'm good. No one has any questions.
No, thank you.
Thanks for
Ms.
coming
Bug
in.
and I also met with our attorneys that are handling the CO2 case that's up at the Court of Appeals and just discussed further proceedings last week. So that's all I'll say about that.
And I'll just add that the Board of County Commissioners' primary duty is fiduciary responsibility of the county. And without Leslie, you have no fiduciary to be responsible for, so.
That's not 100% true, but that's the majority
Yeah.
of it.
We
So-
do understand that you are very
Remember that.
important.
Leslie, are you getting any feeling for the effects of the Gallagher removal on what's coming down the pipe?
There hasn't been a lot of talk about it. The rumors I have heard is probably to expect a decrease, and I'm not sure what the decrease would be.
Okay.
But it kind of died as far as.
I think with everything that's
concerned,
going on
the
in the
assessors are concerned right now.
legislature right now, they've kind of set it on the back burner,
Mhm.
and they're not going to probably adjust it or move it. We don't know that yet, but it'll probably be next year when we start into that.
Well, this year it will not. It's staying
Yeah.
where it is this year.
It's going to stay flat.
That was part of the ballot thing, was it would stay for 1 year. So going forward for 22, I would expect something to probably change personally.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, next.
Thank you.
We have our county treasurer, the person that collects the money.
That's the
Ms.
banker.
Black.
That's the banker.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Had to bring my phone just in case. My daughter's still in the hospital from having a baby
Oh,
on
Congratulations.
Thursday.
First,
Thank you.
first grandchild?
Well, kind of.
Oh.
My husband has other grandchildren that are mine as well, so, but this is my daughter, so pretty exciting. Hopefully they'll get out sometime soon.
Well, don't spoil that baby.
I think I probably will.
Too late.
Yeah, too late. I actually haven't even seen him. He's like through the window because you can't see anything with COVID. So that's why I want him to go home. So first, well, I'll just introduce myself and then we'll go to that. So I'm Ellen Black, the treasurer, and I've been with the treasurer's office for 6 years, 2 of which I've been treasurer. Before that, I was a licensed title examiner in 3 states and did that for 20-plus years, and that's my background for working in the treasurer's office, which does tend to be very useful. So that has helped me a lot in the different areas that we, especially the public trustee side, but also on the treasurer's side. So, and I've born and raised here, lived here most of my life, except when I was an adult, I moved around a bit. My husband and I own a farm here in town, and that's about it. Mostly we just work. So the first thing we have to do is have you guys sign this 6-month report that we do every 6 months. And it just kind of tells what's in the county funds. So I'll bring that up. I think you've had a chance to look at it, but before, maybe you should ask me any questions you might have. It's really just a balance of what was happening at the end of the year, so.
And you got it in your packets Friday?
Was there anything remarkable to you about it, Ms. Black?
No, nothing really has changed. What is going to change, which we'll discuss, I've already signed that one, is interest income, of course. I think that decreased by about 96% now, the interest rate and what we're going to be getting. So Colo Trust is where I was kind of going to go there as well, but that's where we hold most of the public funds intermediately, so until we need them. So when you see money in the investment side, it doesn't mean that that's money that we're not going to use. It's money that we're not using today. So I don't keep everything just in the local bank. We keep a lot of it in, about 18 million into a investment pool, is what they call it. And that interest rate, although it wasn't like great before, it was much better than it is now. So I think it was like 1.87 going into March of last year. Now it's 0.06. So it's, yeah, we were getting about 25,000 a month. Now we're getting about 1,000 in interest.
Because I think the last time you were in here, when we did the average of everything, we were almost at 2%.
We were.
And that was with the Colo Trust and the other
Yep.
few little things that we have out there.
Right, and then
And now
some of
we're at-
those, well, Colo Trust is at 0.06.
And I did suggest to Miss Black, I want to say September-ish, that we put all of our money into needles because there was going to be a big vaccine campaign, and all she could do is make up excuses about being illegal and not wanting to go to prison and
Yes.
things like that, so.
Ms. Black, do you have information on what the other counties in the state do? Do they all use Colo Trust, or?
A lot of them do, yeah. I would say probably 75% use, maybe even greater than that. I think almost all of them do. Now, not all of them, like La Plata County has its own, and they pay a separate salary to an investment person to do the investing. I mean, it does take up a lot of time, but I have kind of tended to utilize Colo Trust because of the liquidity, mostly the safety. You know it's going to be safe when it's there, as safe as it can be, relatively. Which that's the main objective with the county funds. It isn't the yield, it's the safety, it's the county money. So then for me, it's also liquidity, because we have to be able to access it if we need it. And I can directly wire money from Colo Trust to my local bank to deal with anything that we have going on. So that is very helpful. With some of the others, it isn't as easy. You'd have to, close out the CDs or something like that. But Colo Trust isn't like that. It's very liquid. The interest rate isn't quite as good as it would be if you had it in CDs, but I don't even know what the CD rate is today. Not great either. Nothing is great right now for that. It's good if you're paying interest, but anyway, the investment part definitely has taken a hit and will continue throughout this year, I'm sure. not to change much, which is unfortunate because we were up and going, but COVID definitely put a thing that,
And actually, with the American Rescue Plan and the fact that the feds continue to spend more money monthly than even exists,
Right.
do you see any hope for interest rates recovering?
not right now. But I also think that.
I do.
um,
Come along about September, October, you're gonna see inflation kick in because it's here
Inflation,
already.
exactly. That is
And it's
exactly
gonna drive
what's gonna
interest rates
happen.
up.
And I do think that is gonna happen. You've already seen the mortgage rates go up a bit. So, but I don't think this year that we're gonna see a lot of huge change. They send me forecasts and not much change on what we're gonna earn this year. But I do think, I agree with Mr. Lindsay, it's going to, inflation's gonna have to kick in at some point.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the only thing on the 6-month report. Always outstanding on there is that Road 18 improvement, because there's money left in there. What happened is they disbanded that whole Road 18 improvement project before they used all the money, because money kept, before it was paid out, I should say. So it's no longer in use, but we still have money in the fund that we don't really know what to do with. I've tried to kind of look into it. I don't really know if it's something that the BOCC will have to dissolve that, and we've kicked around the idea of giving it back to the property owners. I don't know that I think that's very fair either, because they're using the road and it was part of the obligation to pay that all in. So I really think it probably is county money, but I don't know. That's up to Mr. Baxter. That's not my.
We should discuss that.
Well, and some of those property owners aren't the same as the ones who
Right,
paid it in.
exactly. So that's kind of the hang up there. It sounds like it would be a good idea, but they've sold and, done other things, so, and the county did improve the road, so.
Which was part of, we talked about that a couple of years ago, or a year ago?
Yeah.
That was that special district?
Yeah.
And I'm not that familiar with how to dissolve the special district. I know that the people that were doing it just pretty much said we're done with messing with it, so I don't know how they're
Right.
supposed to dissolve it, but.
And I don't think there's any clear rules on it, but I do think that if these are ever done in the future, we should define it when the district is created.
Right, define what happens when it's dissolved and if
terminate it.
there's money in that fund, because that's
So
what that one is.
by statute or law, I mean, we don't even know how to dissolve this right now, right?
I mean, it's essentially dissolved. but
Yes,
It's not. It's
it
still-
is.
What do we do with the funds?
That's the part I don't know, what
Right.
happens with the funds.
And then the other thing you should be aware of, and you probably were as you read it over, is that when you read through this, when you get to the number at the bottom, that is not the amount of money that the county has, that is the amount of money that the county is holding.
Holding.
A lot of that gets distributed to other taxing entities.
Correct.
And a large amount of that belongs to the city of Cortez that Ms.
That
Black
we're
has
still
been
holding.
unable
Yeah.
to distribute for going on 3 years now.
Yeah.
So,
In 17 that started, and
Right.
I thought they corrected 1 year, but there's still some.
So until their audits are complete, you can't release any of those
Yep.
funds per the
And
state?
that's state statute, yeah, they direct me when to quit putting the hold on, and then and I think there's about $500,000 in there.
yeah. I
So-
just don't want anybody to look at the bottom and be like, oh, the county has $32.5 million. That is
Right.
not the case.
Right.
Understand. John, do we need a approval for this, for the disbursements?
You do.
Okay.
I move we approve the schedule of receipts and disbursements.
I'll second it.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to accept the schedule of receipt and disbursements for Montezuma County for the treasurer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I see the Claire Ormiston Fund still
Yeah.
doing well.
I
Yep.
haven't heard us using it lately.
We've not used it in the last 2 years that
Yeah,
I'm aware of.
it's just kind of random when it does get used, but it's still there and it still collects money every
What
month.
is that fund?
So maybe somebody could define it better than me. My understanding of it is that social services often chooses, usually it's the director of social services, chooses who to grant funds to if they apply, and I believe it's to help people that are suffering from cancer.
Yes.
That's
I think
correct.
that's- And she put this fund aside that money would come to us and we would hold it in an account, which we do. It's in its own account. And then if it's needed, we can access that money out of there. So that is still there. So, oh, and also that schedule of receipts and disbursements gets published in the paper, so I will be filing that. And then we'll do it again in 6 months, and it's just kind of to tell everybody, you know, how things are. So to go on about the rest of the office, I think everybody knows that we collect property tax, obviously. And Montezuma County gets approximately 29% of those dollars, and the other 60% goes to other entities. The treasurer's office also is the bank for the county, so all the county funds run through there first. Each department comes to me. In theory, there's a few exceptions, but they bring their money to us so that we can put them in the funds. We're balancing with each department every month so that they get straight and we get straight. And that's actually very helpful because if there's something wrong, we catch it, fix it, and that's happening on a monthly basis.
Who are the exceptions, Ms. Black? Sorry to interrupt you. I think the DA's office is one, right?
Right. The
Anybody
DA
else?
doesn't, the sheriff also has some funds that are, not sure why they don't quite apply, but he knows why they don't apply because there's certain, they may be money that they get from, inmates or something. They have some funds there that they deal with that aren't really county funds. They're more, they have to return those to people, and so we kind of stay out of that part of it too. And then I think there's one weed department account that we don't oversee, and I don't know if that's by statute or not. It may have been created with how do I want to say that, with BOCC funds to begin with, so they consider it more just a private account. But that one maybe should, maybe shouldn't, I don't know. That was before me. I know it is existing out there. What we don't want to happen is just which did happen in the past, where there's an account that nobody's looking at, and then pretty soon you have somebody abusing what that account is or does, and money going there. So that's the point of it. It's not that I want any more to do, because I don't, but, we just don't want to have. So the banks keep a pretty good eye for me on who's trying to get in or not get in, and what we have going on. So we don't want to have things that could be a fraud potential. So that's kind of what we look at there.
The other thing I would bring up with that is that if, for whatever reason, this board makes a decision to spend a lot of money all at once, you need to let Ellen know that. Because there is no money in any of those accounts until she puts it there.
Right. I wouldn't say no money, but within all the local banks, we have about $5 million, which on, if you get on a good spending month, you're going to blaze through that. So I do need to know ahead of time if there's any big purchases so we can access the other funds. And that's why I say the stuff in investments sometimes is mistakenly thought to be money we're not using. No, it's just a holding place for the money that we're going to use. That's all. So Usually by the fall of the year, we have about 95% of the taxes collected. Then what we don't collect, we go ahead and do the tax lien sale. The tax lien sale involves investors that come in, which could be anybody in the county that just wants to earn a little better interest rate. It's usually 11 or 12%. Sometimes not that much, but since I've been there, it's been around there. They can come in, pay the taxes, so the county isn't waiting to get their money. And then when they're redeemed, if the property owner comes back and says, oh, now in December I have the money, I'm paying you back, they earn the interest on that and they get their money. Now, if they hold that lien for 3 years, the investor, without anybody paying them back, then they have the right to apply for a treasurer's deed. That is another part of our office that actually we have probably about 40 applications a year on that, and they're each like a 5-month process to go through. You have to research the property, notify lien holders, mail out to owners that are, you have to kind of get an updated address and make sure that they're notified, because we don't, even if somebody doesn't live here, we don't want them to lose their property because they forgot to pay their taxes. So we make a very good effort to notify people. Mineral interests are really bad about that because somebody will die and then nobody remembers that they even had that. And so I do make a real intensive effort to notify owners. Anyway, if they don't redeem still, then we do issue treasurer's deeds. And I probably have issued maybe 5 to 10 on real property. Most of them are done on mineral interests. So those are the most ones we do. But that's a whole statute, a whole area of our office that has to operate, is going on all the time as well. And that's just kind of do. Also, the county has liens and property that are county held liens that they could apply for treasurer's deeds on. Sometimes those get redeemed. I don't know. I mean, I think that's another area that nobody really wants to dig into too much, but at some point we probably should look and see what all the county held properties are. Mostly they're minerals, and I don't think the county really, I don't know what the county wants to do with them actually, but there's not really any real properties on there now. There may have been in the past, but I think they've probably already been issued if there are any. And the county just holds them so that if they don't sell at the tax lien sale, somebody can just come back in and redeem them and the county earns the interest. It's really no different than the other, but you can actually apply for deeds on those as well. So, what else? We already kind of talked about the investment part of it, which does, I'll just touch a little more on that. We keep most of it in pools. The remainder is in local banks. We have CDs, that kind of stuff, but I like the liquidity. A CD is going to hold you up and you're going to have to pay a penalty if you go cash it in. So the pool is kind of the best of both worlds. You're going to earn enough interest, but yet you can access the money. So that's kind of what I've chosen to do, is take advantage of that. Last year alone, though, our investment interest was down $62,000. It's going to be greater than that this year. But then it'll probably pick up again. That's the cyclical nature of all of that. Of course, we've never gone through the $1 trillion spending that they've done either, so. Oh, the treasurer's office is funded through the tax dollars and treasurer's fees. So we collect fees on various things that we do, and that goes into the county coffers as well. The other part of our office that most people don't really think about is the public trustee side. The public trustee, we're the only county, or the only state in Colorado, or in the United States that has a public trustee. So that's kind of cool that we're unique to that. It was set up after, I think, more of a mining thing, like the silver mines were kind of going bust, and people that were lenders were trying to get their money back. and trying to foreclose on people without really going through any of the statutes that they should have or steps that they should have. So they were really taking advantage of their positions. I think the public trustee then represents a neutral thing that makes sure both sides stay in with the statutes. So every release that happens in this county, if you get a loan and it gets released, it goes through our office. If you get a foreclosure thing started, it goes through our office. So that's a part of us that a lot of people don't think about. We processed 1,500 releases last year alone. Foreclosures were down some last year because they were put on hold during the COVID thing. And Mr. Baxter also gets to help me because sometimes if it's a sheriff foreclosure, then I have to say I'm not interested, and he files these nice little disclaimers of interest for me, which is great. So that only when it's a sheriff foreclosure do we not do it, which is a whole other bunch of statutes. But so we do those, and where are we with that? Challenges. Our biggest challenge is being short-staffed. The treasurer's office has always been about 5.5 people in there, historically. In 2018, because of budget concerns, I guess, I wasn't treasurer yet, they cut a position out of our office. And that is challenging because when you're a small office, somebody gets cut, it makes a bigger difference, I think. So that's something that we're adjusting to. I will say that we've done more online things, which help because we're taking more online payments, which is a good thing. But it also requires a bookkeeping end that is a little, has its own issues as well. But that's probably our biggest thing. We're full, we have 4 people, 1 is me. So that's probably and then finding time to cross-train. That's hard because we're so small that it's hard for people to take time off and that kind of thing. So that's probably our biggest challenge. The biggest opportunity I think we have is to utilize more of the online technologies, and with a younger demographic, they are much more receptive to that. You know, the older people in the county want to come in, pay their taxes in person, and make sure they got paid. And the young person wants to pay now on my phone. So it's just a difference in how that's going to kind of change. Last year as well, we used the online bidding for our tax lien sale. That's the first year we haven't done an in-person tax lien sale. They didn't charge us a fee to do that last year, so that was kind of good. But this year, the fee will be passed on to the investor, so it doesn't cost the county any more money. In fact, it saves the county money because...
What is that fee?
I think they're going to charge $10 a parcel, which could add up. But, you know, if you had to drive here from anywhere, which a lot of our investors are not local, they would have to count that cost. So I may be able to get them down a little more than that, but kind of depends. And the auction company has to make something.
It's an auction site. Yeah, it's so they're getting paid for their auction.
And it actually worked really slick, and then we had everything, done, and I liked it. Overall, it was a little bit challenging getting it set up, but after that, it worked pretty good. And it allows people from all over to bid, which is a good and bad thing. People don't really want a lot of outsiders being the investors, but I don't know. It just is kind of the world we're in. So that's an opportunity as well as is more technology to make us more efficient and more able to deal with, I think, the way we're going to be doing business. So, but we work real close with the assessor's office and the clerk's office because all of our recordings go through the clerk. The assessor, of course, we're tied in because she rolls down the tax roll, we implement it, we collect it, and so we have to be in contact and talking to them all the time. And I would say I've worked with the assessor's office since 1981 and the treasurer's office, I think, and it's more efficient now than it's ever been. As far as the maps that they've tried to update, the records that are there, I mean, it's in constant, they're always trying to keep it going, but that's a really good thing. And the clerk's office too. So we have a good working relationship with both offices in that respect. Does anybody have any other questions about what I do all day?
One question.
Yes.
What, and you may not, I don't know if you can answer this or not. When we publish the unpaid taxes, what's that cost?
A lot. That's probably the biggest thing in my budget. It'll be almost probably $14,000 this year. And that is by statute, and I don't understand, well, yes, I do. It's the lobbyists, the newspaper lobbyists that are keeping that alive, because some of these newspapers, that's the only way they're even staying alive is county money. I mean.
And here again, why the governor is against releasing that is because there is not enough infrastructure out there in this state for rural areas to be able to digitally, this is his statement, so that we can just do it on our websites and not
We
have
can
to.
prove him wrong.
It could also be because the liberal newspapers endorse him.
Yeah.
But I shouldn't say that in the meeting.
That's the statement through the legislature right now. And that's why nobody has picked up that bill to try and run with it, to try and get it.
Because they don't think people would have access to the internet, or?
Too many people don't have access to the internet.
Okay,
So in other
but they're
words-
taking the paper. I don't know about that, but.
So in other words, they couldn't bid online. It's. I
Well,
would
that
love-
though, they
I
don't
would
have
love
to
see
bid on
it.
anything. All
No,
they
I
would be
understand that.
looking at is just what the delinquent taxes
But
are.
if we don't put it in the paper and they don't have access to the digital format, then they have no access to it.
Doesn't make sense to me either.
I
It doesn't
would
make sense. We
love to
mail
get
them a
rid of it.
tax bill, so they already got the notice once. We mail a delinquent notice, so they got it again, just as a reminder if you didn't get it. Besides of which, you don't even have to get any notice, and you're responsible for it. But then we have to put it in the paper and cost the county $14,000. It's so ridiculous to me. But, yeah, it's statewide. Everybody's struggling
Everybody
with
is
that.
fighting it.
And it just
a
keeps
matter of
going
how
up.
to get rid of it.
Well, your wolf resolution on Facebook got over 33,000 views, which is 1.5 times the population of the county. So I think there's adequate people on the internet to view the
Yeah,
material.
I'm guessing more people access the internet than they do their mailbox. So, just guessing, but most young people are.
I'm just telling you why it is not being picked up and ran with. I agree. I think it should be done.
Right.
We've discussed that for 2 years now because of everything we have to
It's the lobby.
submit.
It's definitely the lobby.
Probably from before Commissioner Candelaria's time, has the BOCC discussed this and questioned
Yes.
the intelligence behind this?
Yeah.
And I'm guessing most local governments have the same position as us.
Mm-hmm.
They do.
Yep, everybody that I'm in
We
contact with
Would
as well.
love to stop.
Yep. So, anything else? Oh, and as far as working with our offices, I don't think, there's probably not a lot of times where you're gonna use our office, except to pay your taxes, of course, but anytime you wanna come in, see what's happening in there, look at the books, just give me a little heads up, because I might be busy, but, that, we all need to know kind of where we stand and work together to move forward, I think, so.
Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
You bet, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Okay. Next, we have. Nobody would pick up that bill again this year to try and run with it because
Sorry.
it's-
Get into the 21st century.
You know, the Board of County Commissioners can put that on the ballot in 4 months in the county.
it's being pushed at the state, Ken.
Well,
It's a
gotta
state
start-
statute.
gotta start somewhere.
It's an act, CCI.
Yeah.
Trust me, everybody wants it off.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Again.
Good morning.
Did you guys get tired of me saying that over and over again?
Nope.
So, Kim Purcell, Montezuma Clerk and Recorder. You guys know a lot about me. I'm just going to give you a general background about me. I'm the daughter of a junior high principal. I'm the youngest of 4 and the only girl. I've been married 43 years last November. I'm the mother of 2 boys, and I lost my youngest one when he was 9. I'm the grandmother of 3 more boys, so a whole lot of boys in my life, not very many girls. My first real job was at H&R Block. I started there my junior year of high school. I worked there for 23 plus tax seasons. I worked at a bank for 9 years, and then I came to the county clerk's office. I started in the motor vehicle department. I moved into elections. I became the chief deputy in 2011, and then I was elected as the clerk in 2014, serving my 2nd term. Currently, well, always, there's been 3 departments within the clerk's office. We have recording, elections, and motor vehicle. And what I'm going to do for my reports is I'm going to bring my department superintendents or my supervisors in, and they're going to give you kind of a brief overlook of what's going on in their department. Jerry is the department head for the recording department, and she's going to go over some stuff with you guys.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Frizzell. I'm with the Clerk and Recorder's Office in the Vital Statistics and Recording. And what we do is we record property deeds. We also print out death certificates and birth certificates. We have people that come in to search records in our vault that has books, or they can get on the computer in the vault to look up properties. In this department, it's myself and Frankie. We have 2 people that can back us up to help us with our stuff. What we do is we deal with Ellen, with her treasure deeds, or any of the release deeds of trust. They send it over to us, we record it, and then anything property-wise, like warranty deeds, then that all goes up to the assessors, where they do their job to put it into the accounts and stuff. Like last year, we did printed out 2,000 death certificates. We did over 569 birth certificates, because we are the only, pretty much I think in Colorado, that does birth certificates.
Countywide.
Countywide, yeah. Otherwise, they go to the health departments, is the ones that normally do the birth certificates. I just lost my train of thought. We have recorded, this year so far, we've done 84 births and 146 deaths. The way we do it is either people bring in their documents and we record it as they come in, or we do what's called Simple File or EPN or CSC. And that's all over the internet, over online where people can. And before COVID started, we had our title companies here in Cortez that would bring us documents in person. We'd record it. They'd come and pick them back up. But now with COVID, we went to a lot of this stuff like Simple File and stuff. That is the release deeds of trust that Ellen and them do. They do it through Simple File. They send it over through us through the computer. We do it and record it. We have done so far this year.
So it's all digitized up front now?
Pretty much. We still have, people, local people and stuff, or they even in mail. We get a lot of stuff from all over the world for people to send stuff to us to be able to record.
So I think what Jim's talking about is the digitization project. Is that what you're asking about?
Well, it's kind of going, yes, hand in hand with that, because
right.
If that portion of that is getting digitized, obviously the people that come in every day with their documents, that will be digitized as you go forward with it.
Yes,
Right.
everything is getting to put onto in the computer now. For as far as we have books that people come in from 1800s
right.
to present. Now, right now, our computer only does from 1996 forward, and everything else is still in the books and pages. So people have to actually come in and look through the books and pages to do that. But we're getting everything where Kim has done a great job getting us a grant to be able to get this stuff all digitized. We'll still have the books. There's a lot of people that still want to come in and do their own research.
So do I need to buy title lock now?
So right now, this year so far, like just warranty deeds itself, we've already recorded like 215. Last year, all in the whole year, we did 776. So right now, it's not slowing down whatsoever. People are still buying, still selling. And I think almost everything, even on birth and death and stuff, we have, this year's already, it's not slowed down at all. I mean, people are still out there busy, working, selling.
What's your average death certificate count?
Well, there's not really, you can't really say an average because, like I say, last year, we printed out 2,000 death certificates. Anything Urtel does, even down in New Mexico, we have requests from New Mexico that deal with Urtels to do death certificates. Durango, you know, if they live in Montezuma County and passed away in Montezuma County, even if they died in, if they died in Durango, that they lived in, you know, we do death certificates for a lot of people around here. So, but like I say, 2,000 last year, and we're already up to 146 this year. You know, it's just you can't really average
Just
that
to
out.
clarify for the people on YouTube, you're not saying 2,000 people died. You're saying you printed 2,000 certificates.
Yes, we printed out.
Just
two-
want to make
yes.
that clarification.
Yeah.
For
That's-
people listening.
That's for people
Multiple
requesting.
certificates
Yeah,
per
so you could get,
death.
you know, if my mother died,
Yes.
all of my siblings could get a copy
That's
of the certificate.
whoever. Yeah, that's how many we printed out.
I don't
That's
want to
not
panic
necessarily how
people
many
out there
passed
and make
away,
them think
yes.
2,000 people died in our county last year.
Well, I think the other thing too is there are a lot of things that require a death certificate to go along with it to finish end
Legal
of life
proceedings sometimes.
Estates, if somebody's passed
circumstances
away,
for
they've
that
got to,
person.
yeah. And the other thing is Durango cannot print out birth certificates, so we get people all over the place. I mean, if they were born in Colorado, they can come to Cortez and get a birth certificate and get printed out the same day, where Durango cannot print out birth certificates the same day. And we have people, and we do marriage license. We married people here, and we marry people from all over. We've got people from New York. We've got people, all over the place are coming here to get married because it's such a pretty place to get married. And it's a pretty simple way to come and easy to get a marriage license and get married.
Sign your name.
Yeah, you can
Married.
you can literally come into our office, sign your name and get married and be legally married.
In the county, couples went to Aztec.
Yeah.
Do what?
Montezuma County couples went to Aztec.
Yes. Yeah, I was going to say, there's a lot of people that come here and we realize, no, you probably want to go to Aztec because that's probably where your grandparents got married, so, but.
So can you give them the fees for the marriage license and the restrictions?
The marriage license, if somebody takes somebody else's name, it's $30. If you are taking the name of the other party, it's $31.50. There's pretty much not any restrictions. One question we do ask is if you are related. And the whole time, I've been over on this part of the department for 7 years.
So having the same last name before you get married is a red flag?
No, that just means you married that person before.
Not necessarily.
No.
Previous marriage redone.
Yep. It does, though, ask how you've been related. And since in my 7 years since I've been at this department, I've only married one couple that has been related. But they passed that, I don't know, 3-4 years ago where you can.
So one other thing with the marriage license is when you get a marriage license and you're going to get married in the county, you have to get married within, 35 days?
No, you have to have it signed within 35 days. You can only get married in the state of Colorado. Has to be signed within 35 days and returned to us in 65 days. So if it's not signed within that 35 days, they do not bring it to us. It has to be signed within 35 days. If it doesn't get signed within 35 days, it's not legal.
So there is an expiration date.
There is an expiration date. And they have actually till 65 days to turn it back into us for us to record before we void it out. So it gives people a chance to,
And, sorry, go ahead. I was just going to ask you if you could tell them how much a birth certificate costs.
Okay?
How that works.
Birth certificates are $20. And we have application everybody has to fill out. You have to prove relationship to the person that you're getting a birth certificate. Not anybody can come in and get a birth certificate. You have to prove relations. There is IDs. You definitely have to have some kind of ID to prove who you are. There is a restriction of list stuff that we have to go through. There's same thing with death. You have to prove relationship on, it's $20 for death certificates. And it's a little difficult for some people, like common law people cannot get birth or death certificates. And because you can't prove relationship, you're not married to that person, so you can't prove down the line necessarily how, unless you have it's called what's called a tangible letter, that if like from Social Security, showing that your name is on there, showing that you are able to get that person's benefits, then you're allowed to get a birth certificate or a death certificate. Now, death certificates are recorded for public knowledge, so anybody can come in and get a copy of a death certificate if they need one. There's no restriction on that because it is public knowledge.
And then it's just charged a copy charge.
Yeah.
It's not an
It's
official,
not.
it's just a copy, like a black and white piece of paper.
Yeah. And right now, like for copies, we charge 25 cents because that's a statute, only 25 cents per page for people who want to come in and get copies through our office. Now, we do certify paperwork too, which is $1.25 to certify them, so they can, it's good in court. Pretty much everything.
You guys have any questions for Ms. Jerry?
No, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
So, on with the recording department, we did have our digitization project that we've started. We've got the first phase of it done. The digitization project was a grant that we applied for, and it was $550,000. And we've done the first phase, which was $100 and some thousand. And what we have right now is a hard drive where we have everything in the clerk's office on the digitized record. We don't have it indexed into our computer right now. That's the second phase, and that's what they're working on right now. What happened with this is called the Electronic Board Technology Grant, ERTB. And every time we record a document, we charge an extra $3 for that document. $2 of that fee goes to the state for the tech fund, and $1 we get to keep. And we've keep adding to that to where, and those funds are required to be used for the recording department. And so every time we get enough money, we can upgrade our equipment and that kind of stuff. So we were at like $40,000 when we applied for this tech fund grant, and we started it. But as far as the budget's concerned, whenever I went from this year to, or last year to this year, I figured it as we had already paid out that $40,000, and so I started us at the $10,000, but we have not actually paid that $40,000. So at some point in the future, I'm going to be coming to you guys and saying, I need that $40,000 back. Phaedra's aware of it. We've worked through this before, and so I just wanted to let you know that that was coming. Right now, I think we still have $500,000 in the grant fund, somewhere around there, $500,000. We ended the year with that tech fund about $10,100, and so that's where I started this year, was at $10,000. Anything else about recording? Okay. Coming soon will be elections. My department head or superintendent for that is Miranda. In the elections department, we have one full-time deputy, the supervisor. We used to have 3 full-time deputies plus the clerk in the elections department. Lynn and I both help with elections, and then on elections, everybody in the office works elections. I have everybody in the front. We close the whole office for elections, especially on election day, and the motor vehicle clerks take care of voters as they come in. They update their registration and that sort of thing. The recording department processes the mail. They stamp the ballots and all that stuff, and then they process them through the back. So on election days, we do close, and not for all of them, but for most of the major ones. Most elections, well, actually, there's only one election that's not reimbursed from the people that are participating in it, and that's the primary election, the June primary election. Last year, we had the presidential primary election that was reimbursed by the state. We had the municipal election that was reimbursed by all 3 municipalities. And then we had the June primary, that was not reimbursed. And then in November, the state reimburses us 75 cents per voter to do an election. So they don't reimburse us for everything, but it's a good portion of it.
Kim, is that 75 cents per registered voter in the county or of ballots returned?
Per registered voter.
Okay.
Okay, see you. Thank you. Let's see. Elections, where was I? So on my budget, whenever we do elections, I budget for this many elections. Well, as you guys know, we just recently had a recall election, and we're getting ready to have a municipal election. So when I made out my budget this year, I was planning for the November election, and that was it. Well, I've already done the recall, which was $21,000, and then we're going to be doing the municipal, which is probably going to be close to $15,000 or $16,000. And my total budget for the year was only, for elections, for operations, was only $40,000. So I'm already going to be in the negative before I ever get to November. But what my budget doesn't show is the reimbursements. And so those reimbursements are put back into a general fund, and then Phaedra tags them as election reimbursement. Okay. Motor vehicle, we have 1 supervisor and 4 deputies. Basically, everything in my office generates income. So, I mean, income in some manner. Motor vehicle probably generates the most. My supervisor is Melinda Fuller. She'll be coming to talk to you guys about that. We get funding to the county in registration fees, ownership tax. There's clerk fees that are assessed to the registrations and late fees, and we get to keep a portion of all those fees. Let's see. Most people know this, but your registration fees are based on the year of the vehicle, the weight of the vehicle, and the original taxable value of the vehicle. So the MSRP right off of the showroom lot. Now, granted, you've got a 30-year-old vehicle. You shouldn't be charged by that original rate, but that's the way the state has it set up. So you're paying a tax on the year of the vehicle, the weight of the vehicle, and the taxable value of the vehicle. Other duties within the office is, of course, clerk to the board. This usually takes at least 2 to 3 days of my week. I've already kind of gone over the budget part. So last year, my budget showed under salaries that at the end of the year, it showed that I was actually over $21.35. That was because we paid out election overtime. My election deputy had over 60 hours of overtime just for the November election. Postage, our motor vehicle postcards and postage during COVID. We actually ended up sending out license plates and registrations. We did a lot of stuff through the mail, and I believe that's why our postage was over last year. Expenses last year, like I said, don't include the reimbursements. We actually had reimbursements of, let me think here, $43,948 last year we had reimbursements for. Part of the situation also is on the recall, part of those fees were paid out last year as far as the public hearing for the recall. I had to pay the attorney last year, but we didn't get reimbursed for it until this year when the election was actually held. Excuse me, I don't want to say it. I have a frog. It's not sore throat. I have a frog. Let's see. Some of our challenges and opportunities, I got to be honest with you, my motor vehicle department is, they're at their max. We can't afford for anybody to take any time off. My motor vehicle supervisor is usually out on the front floor most of the day trying to cover. So, and I don't know if you guys have seen my department or been over there when we're crazy, especially at the end of the month. They're lined up out the door. I'm thinking maybe possibly in the future we might be required to have at least a part-time employee to come in and help cover some lunch hours. Because we have our lunch hours staggered to where there's always at least 2 people on the line. And sometimes those 2 people can't handle it. The line's extended, but anyway. So, and one of the other opportunities is, and I've talked to the previous commissioners about this, there's a machine out there that's called the Agilis Duo, and this is for elections. And basically what happens after an election is we have all these envelopes that come in with your signature on from the ballot, and every one of those envelopes are scanned into your individual record. And that, right now, they're having to do that one at a time. This is a machine that we can process whenever they are actually brought in during election time. We run them through this machine and it automatically attaches them to their record. I've looked at this in the past, and their funding, at one minute they gave me one quote and then they raised it when we actually had a chance to actually talk about it. Now we're going back to where we were. They've given me a quote on it. I'm going to go see a demonstration in Durango for their municipal election to see how it works. And then once I get all that information, I may bring it to you guys just so you can look at it and maybe we can plan for it in the future.
Is it ballpark under 10 grand?
No.
Okay.
It's probably going to be a lot greater than that if it's a scanning type.
Yeah, it's going to be closer to like 60 grand. And then with the fee every year for the programming.
And that's to the elections portion of that.
Right. So, but I can tell you that this would probably save hours of processing time. Yeah. Even right now, we have the scanner that we have, it literally takes one envelope at a time, and it's probably a good 30 seconds per envelope for it to be processed. And then, once it's been scanned, then the clerk has to go in and literally physically attach that to your record. So she saves it, and then she has to attach it to your record. So, but like I say, most of the funding in my office is self-generated. Occasionally, I will apply for a grant for mostly elections. They offer us grants to buy election equipment and that kind of stuff. And the recording grant just came as it was like an answer to a prayer, because I know we've been looking to that for a long, long time to get those records digitized. But generally, everything else is money comes in, money goes out. I don't know if you guys.
So just for the people on YouTube, could you speak a little bit about election security and how you validate the original election count?
So after every election, we have what we call a canvass and a risk limiting audit. The risk limiting audit is where we have a bipartisan team of election judges that come in, and the state sends us a database, and they have picked random ballots out of the 13,000 ballots that we receive, or the 17,000. They will pick a random number of ballots for us to verify. And they may pick ballot number 12 out of batch 20, ballot number 25 out of batch 100, and usually it's a percentage of how many that they want us to do. And that bipartisan team goes through and they literally mark exactly what that ballot says and match it with what the state has recorded. So it's 100% match or we don't move forward. So that happens usually about 20 days after the election. And then once that we've done that, they also verify all of our numbers that we have. They verify our logs, how many ballots we have logged in, how many ballots we've processed, how many ballots have been returned undeliverable, how many ballots have been duplicated for some reason or whatever. They verify all the logs of the election, why we did, what we did, how we did it. So every step of our elections are done by a bipartisan team, at least 2 people, whether it's the signature verification, and I don't know if you guys understand how that works. When your ballot comes in, we have a member of 2 or more team that looks at every signature to verify that the signature that's on that ballot matches the signature on your record. And that's why we scan each one of those envelopes in.
And what would happen if it didn't match?
We send out a letter to each person within usually 2 days. If the judges, and we don't make that determination, the election judges make that determination whether they're going to accept that signature or not. And if they don't accept that signature within 2 days, we send a letter out to that voter telling them that there was a discrepancy within their signature. And they have the opportunity to either come in and talk to us, email us this form, letting us know that that was their ballot, that wasn't their ballot. And then at the end of the election, anybody that does not respond to those is turned over to the district attorney for their investigation. Any other questions on that? No?
I'm surprised with my signature, I haven't gotten it, every time I vote, I haven't gotten one back.
Well, I got to be honest with you. We try really, really hard to match. We've even gone back, we go back and look at previous records because everybody's signature changes.
Yeah.
When I was in high school, I had great big flowy M's and like hearts for the top of my eye and that kind of thing, So we do look back to make sure if we can catch something. And they actually have a signature guide that comes out from the state that they follow. Tells them what to look for, and slants and loops and that kind of thing.
If my signature comes in and it has a heart on it, it probably isn't me.
I usually make an X, and when I vote, I put a circle around it.
I want to see that.
My O.
So, just as an update, the municipal election is scheduled for June 6th, I think, June 8th, the first Tuesday in June.
It's hard to do.
And that's going to be a one-page ballot. So, and it's got just the one question on it.
And that's for the city of Cortez? Dolores,
City of
or
Cortez.
City of Cortez.
And they're talking about the fiber optic opt-in or opt-out.
They want to be, I kind of think they want to be an ISP in a sense.
I haven't received the,
Yeah.
yeah.
I do.
He does, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Check it.
But there again, that's going to, because I've already had the recall for this year, and then I'm going to have that one. That's going to put my budget even.
So do you have a resolution to your no time off for motor vehicles issue?
So what we've been doing is we try really, really hard to accommodate between the group, well, we try not to try and schedule it where there's not more than one person off. But at this point, I don't know what we're going to be able to do. I mean, how do I want to be on? I think our customers are happy that they're not waiting hours. We get them in as quickly and as efficiently as we can. We do have people that come in and say that if you're in California, you have to take the whole day off and you wait in line, or we're not making appointments, we're still taking people as they come in. Most people are pretty okay with waiting for a few minutes, but the situation is then if I've got everybody out front, then the mail and the bank files and all that stuff gets pushed back. So, I mean, we work around it, but.
Right. How much, Ellen made a comment basically due to COVID and everything is some of the digitizing of some of the stuff that's coming to them now too has made it easier specifically with your online sales. Has that been better for you also? Now I realize that somebody still has to
process
to be there to process it,
right.
but
Right. Most of our online services are through the state. So we do take over-the-phone registrations and that sort of thing so people can call in and we can renew your registration over the phone with a credit card. Our office does charge an extra fee for processing a credit card. We just pass that on to the customer. It's 2.7% of the purchase price or the price of the registration. But most of the online services for motor vehicle go through the state, and they're the ones processing it. To be honest with you, right now, that's an issue because there's not very many people working at the state.
At the state.
And so, for example, if you've ordered a personalized plate or something like that, right now what we're having to do is give you a letter letting you know that that will be coming to you. So when you do a personalized plate, you come in and you register it, and then the state mails you the plate, and then you call them and they do a little click to activate that plate. Well, right now they're not doing plates. So there's quite a backlog on that. And so right now what they're doing is they keep sending letters to the people that are waiting for those plates, like with a notification that it's coming, but they haven't received it yet.
Do you get many questions about driver's license renewals?
Daily,
Okay.
daily. I get phone calls all the time.
Phone office.
They all do.
Well,
They're over there laughing.
Yeah, we all do. Yeah, and we all get each other's calls too. We just transfer. We're good at that. We're good with that. To be honest with you, there's several clerks within the state of Colorado that do motor vehicle driver's license. And when they call us, they tell us that that's the only phone number they can find in the phone book. So we give them the phone number that we have locally, but my understanding is you have to make an appointment to make. I don't know how that
I
works.
don't know either. I've had calls, people complaining that they can't get a driver's license. They had to go to Durango to
Exactly.
a second party evaluators and stuff.
Right. I have 3 of my deputies have youngsters that are trying to get their driver's license.
But those are all state issues. Those are not county issues. that
Yeah,
we're dealing
it's a state issue, driver's
I went
license.
through one of my CCI trainings, and that was one of the revenue sources for counties, was the driver's licenses and
license.
stuff. And it may be something to look into for another department within the county to bypass the state on this, so that Montezuma County has somebody to issue driver's licenses and stuff. But-
You know, to be honest
We'd
with you,
have to-
if we had the room, I
Right,
mean,
and
you'd
I
have to,
understand.
we don't have the room at this point for
Right.
that. And it would definitely be a lot of transition, a lot of
Right.
transition.
I don't
And-
think it's fair to our community, though, to have drive to another county to get a driver's license, because the state's just screwed up.
I think a lot of people feel the same way about having to come over here for a birth certificate.
Maybe we could get
Okay.
an IGA and do driver's licenses and birth certificates out of Kennebec Restaurant.
That's not halfway.
Meh.
Any other questions for me, gentlemen?
No.
I talk to
Thank
you.
you.
I'm always,
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
Okay, Mr. Powers, unfinished business. Do we have any unfinished business this week that we need to make a decision on that we put?
Let's see, I did apply for the state opioid recovery group. I'm having a brain cramp right now. Commissioner Stevenson got registered for the Wolf Stakeholder Advisory Group. So I think those are both covered. As far as dealing with pay and benefits, we've got meetings scheduled to address those individually. As individual topics, we'll have the advisory committee here on the 13th. We'll have FPPA and CRA here on the 20th, and we'll have a pay and step plan presentation at or before our next department head meeting.
Okay.
That's what I've got under unfinished business. I'll defer to the rest of you. I don't know what the rest of you didn't get done.
Well, I think we've actually cleaned up a lot of things here just within today and last week. So that's basically why this is here, so that we don't just as we just put a topic today in 2 weeks,
For
give
2
us enough
weeks.
time to research it to make a decision on what we want to do. That way it doesn't just get left. I will kind of expound a little bit on what you were talking about. We as far as FPPA, and this basically would only go out to the sheriff's department. Your sheriff has come to us. We have heard it. We just don't have enough information yet to make a decision on the fiscal or responsibilities of the county of how that shifts. Now, it sounds like as all we have to do is make that resolution once we decide how it's taken care of, but until we have that information in front of us, we can't make a decision, which we now have that meeting set up with FPPA and CRA. So for the sheriff's department, we are working on that. We are also working on your benefits package. We actively had a workshop yesterday, which we will, moving forward, put those on YouTube. It's something brand new. We're trying to be proactive instead of reactive to everything. And we're trying to do a better job planning with everything that's being brought before us and the things that we have coming for us as far as this ARP program, the American Rescue Plan. So again, for the sheriff's office, we have not forgotten any of you people. We are actively working on it. We just have to figure out how to fund things. So your defined benefits has been brought before us. We are looking at that. We have those meetings scheduled. We have insurance that we're looking at, and that will be scheduled. And we also have the pay plan that we're working on, and that is, like Shaq said, will be done and put into a draft form to present to everybody prior to our next department head meeting. So what you have stated, what your directors have brought forth to us has not fallen on deaf ears. We just haven't had the time to actually get it put together. So that is the reason for our Monday workshops, and that will be ongoing until we get things squared away and cleaned up. Would you like to add anything to that, Commissioner
No,
Singleton?
that's what we're just trying to get things done here.
Okay, I'll stop there with that one, and I'll go to Attorney Baxter if you don't have anything else. Shaq?
I do not.
Under unfinished, okay.
The only thing I wanted to add, I know I commented already during a couple other people's presentations and about the road situation with Mr. Engelhardt this morning. But one thing I hadn't brought up yet is I did meet with Kutek Rock, which is a law firm in Denver that's representing Mr. Lehman and that road-wide gate issue. They made a request, and I did follow up with Rob about this. Rob opposes it, and I support him in this. They made a request that while we're trying to figure out, while they're doing their research on whether or not they believe that it is a public county road, they asked that we allow them to close the gate and leave it unlocked. And so I did tell them I would bring that up with you. Rob is against that. It's assuming it's a county road, which I'm confident it is. They're asserting that perhaps it's not. But assuming it's a county road, we can't allow an obstruction. It's against the law. And so, we'd have no control over the sheriff not making a citation, enforcing that. I'm not saying that he would or wouldn't, but we think it's probably a bad idea to agree to have them just close it but leave it unlocked for people. An issue came up a few years ago with a different road that had a gate across it that was unlocked, and there was a claim by somebody who had a disability, and it was incredibly either inconvenient or impossible for that person to get out of the car, open the gate, and move forward. any obstruction on the road is against the law. Now, if you take their position and assume that it's not a county road, then yeah, they can do that. But we certainly haven't conceded that. There's no evidence that we've ever abandoned that road. We strongly, firmly believe it is a county road. So unless you all have strong opinions, and you can't control the sheriff from enforcing the law, again, I don't know what he would do, but my thought is that I should respond to them and say, hey, we can't agree to that.
I think that's how we voted, and my vote will stay the same, is that the gate has to remain open, and we gave them 30 days before the gate had to be removed. I'm okay with that part of the issue, but as far as the gate being open, I think that my vote would stay the same.
And Rob does assure me that
it remains open.
Rob does assure me that it's actually, I think, wired open right now.
Yeah, it needs to remain open. I mean, you can't obstruct a public right-of-way.
Those are my thoughts, too.
Yes.
I agree with it.
Okay.
So that's it.
Is James?
I
around, Shaq, or do
texted
you want to go
him.
ahead
Let
with
me-
yours and?
Why don't you
back to
start
him?
on commissioner reports and all?
Okay. You want to go first,
Yeah.
Commissioner Singleton?
Been a busy week again. Wednesday night, I went to the Mancastown meeting again, and we discussed the airport property in depth over there. And before we go forward with anything else as leasing more property or however they want to work it, they want a good faith gesture of giving them back some of the property, and they had talked about John and their attorney talking to kind of make some arrangements of how to work things out. And I think they are all under the understanding that they will not do anything with that property until we're done mining it, so that it doesn't create a liability for either one of us in that deal. And they said they were willing just to kind of leave it up to the attorneys to draw up an agreement to.
Do you suggest, Commissioner, that I reach out to Mr. Lieberman and touch base with him? I do speak with him often about different issues with the county and the town, but I don't believe that I've brought this particular issue up with him since we had our breakfast meeting.
Well, that was under my understanding that they was gonna have him reach out to you.
No problem.
That's what
I'll sit tight.
It's kind of what it sounded like.
Okay.
And their board's kind of split on it. A couple of them said, well, why don't we just wait till they're done mining it and let them give it all back at one time? We're not gonna use the land or anything. And then the others, part of the board says, well, they did make this agreement with us. We want to see a good faith gesture before we enter into any other agreements to lease more land for more mining and stuff. So I can kind of agree with them there. We did, well, it wasn't us, but back in
We have to deal with it.
the late 80s when this agreement was first brought up, but I think that we can make an agreement where they won't do anything with the land that we do give them back is to develop it or anything until we're done mining. And their other deal is they're wanting a closure date on the mining that's there. They said they would be willing to, like if we put a 10-year deal on it with a 5-year extension in case we weren't done, so that give you 15 years to finish mining what is there. The current board over there wants an end date.
So
They're
for
mad
us
because there
to
wasn't an end
deal
date.
totally openly and honestly with them and give them a realistic date, what we need to do is bore and find out just how much material is there that we have access to and estimate how much we're using, and then pad it by 10 or 15% because plans change which pit you're going to be pulling from or
We
whatever.
can't.
But
We had that discussion with Rob. What if we don't mine it for a year or 2 years in a row?
well, that's
We
why you
can't-
pad it 10 or 15%. But we need to, in order to give them anything that's anywhere near accurate, we need to bore and find out how much material is there.
And my impression from our meeting, and maybe their position has changed, but was that they were open to the idea of it being decades from now, as in like perhaps even 2 15-year periods or something like that we could automatically renew. But before there's any decisions made, I think what I'm hearing and understanding is I sit back, wait for their attorney to contact me. We come up with something, and we take it to you, and he'll take it to the council and say, what do you think about this? And we can tweak it
Well,
and negotiate.
With Rob, we actually drew a section on that lower south,
Right.
kind of southeast
South
part of
and
that,
east, yeah.
which would be right at 10 acres, and did I give you those?
You did.
So we've kind of delineated a
Right.
small section of that we could be back on.
And in the meeting the
Which-
other night, that piece and then the part that we are in the process of reclaiming, that's kind of what they're wanting back now.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I understood it
Are they
anyway.
willing to take it as is
No.
and reclaim it themselves?
No, they want it reclaimed and the weeds under control, and they said that that's the excuse they'd been getting for the last 5 years is because of the weeds, and then we do have a weed department that shouldn't have any weeds on our own.
I think it's more a matter of, we'll let John get with their
Right.
attorney, we'll get it taken
Right.
care of. We do have a piece that's equals 10 or 11 acres that Rob has kind of spelled out, as long as we don't have anybody interfering with our mining operation.
Right.
And coming into the property,
Right, and that's what I told them, that the liability of people coming and going in there with a mining operation and stuff, that was our biggest concern.
MSHA would shut us down.
so, and we brought that up, that, we are still under a permit with the state, which then qualifies MSHA. Go ahead.
And then, like on the new ground that you guys had talked to them about, they're willing to let us go in there and check and see if there is some gravel after we return and kind of settle the old contract. But there's nothing gonna move forward on that until we get something figured out on this deal. And that's pretty much all we got done over there. But and then the rest of the week, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, I spent a lot of time out at the Ag Expo just talking to people, and went to the Republican booth, sat there a while, and spent a lot of time reading the Senate bills and catching up on that, and in our workshop yesterday. And we did get House Bill 1119 passed, and that's concerning the suicide prevention deal, which that was a big win for Colorado right there. So at least all of the Senate bills up there aren't something we got to write a resolution to be against. So we did get one good one passed. So that's pretty much my week.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dietrich, if you want to come on up and give us your report.
Well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So the first item I've got is a response to the archaeological assessment and determination of effect for the proposed reintroduction of livestock within the Yellowjack and Flodine allotments out on N.M.P.M. So I apologize about the length on this. It was I could have talked all day long about this, and it looks like I sort of have. I think. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
What do you mean the reintroduction? Wasn't there grazing on there to start with?
There was grazing on there, yes. Yeah, and so and that is part of that's why it is being reintroduced, because at the time Wesley Wallace had that allotment, and in that he abandoned that allotment. He essentially refused to sign the agreement that the BLM presented to him.
Because we fought so hard down there
Right.
to maintain that grazing allotment.
Right. And so in the meantime, he also sold off all his property to the Nature Conservancy, which held that in trust until the BLM could purchase it. And so that's one of the issues that we have too. The BLM is making the case that that is new grazing on their new purchase. Well, we all know all that has been grazed over the years. So, but at this point, it's been vacant for getting on to 20 years now. So So that is why we call it a reintroduction at this point. So I think you've all had a chance to read this, but the case that we're trying to make here is that under every federal law that's out there, including the Monument Proclamation, it provides for grazing on BLM properties which are managed for multiple use. And so I think our strongest point here is that within that proclamation, it defines grazing, and it also does not define that grazing cannot result in any new impacts. That's not in that proclamation. When they, first developed that proclamation, we already knew all the grazing impacts that were associated with that practice. So this is absolutely nothing new. And that is the case that we're making here. We're also trying to make the case that grazing is a very light impact compared to other uses out there. Cattle are not out there intentionally knocking things over. They're not out there walking home with arrowheads and pot shards in their pockets. Anything that happens is completely incidental. Most of those ruins out there are likely not going to be something that a cow is going to be attracted to. I mean, we couldn't preclude a cow walking through something. They walk all over out there. But they're certainly not out there looking for ruins, and unless there's something particular that attracts them, they're not likely to hang around either. So I think hopefully we've made a good case on this. And I think the other important part of this is that we're making the case that that grazing is a cultural resource out there. It's certainly been something that's kind of shaped our entire country in a lot of ways is based off of what was happening through homesteading and the expansion across the West, and that's what the whole rest of the world looks at us like. They love that. So that is the foundation of what this response is. So I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. I anticipate that we're going to go through quite a process with this Section 106. And hopefully out the other end, we've got something that is, whatever mitigation they feel like we need to implement is going to be commiserate with the damage that we expect to see. And, we feel that reducing numbers by over 60% is already a substantial mitigation. And we are trying to make that case very strongly. Anyway, I'm just asking for signatures so that we can forward this on to the BLM, and that'll essentially, we're in the process, and we're anticipating that the BLM will let us know, how this whole thing is going to unfold. But we'll have to stay on top of them and make sure that they're providing the information to us that we need to understand all this. So anyway, that is what we have, at the top of the list today.
Well, I would make a motion or move that we send this letter to Ray O'Neill, the monument manager, concerning the RE archaeological assessment and determination of the effects of the proposed reintroduction of livestock grazing within the Yellow Jacket and Flodine Range allotments.
I'll second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to send the letter to Ray O'Neill, the monument manager, in regards to the archaeological assessment and determination of effect for the proposed reintroduction of livestock grazing within the Yellow Jacket and Flodine Park Range allotments. Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Aye.
And Kim, I will be able to send a copy of this if you just want to forward me the signed copy. So the other couple other things I kind of wanted to catch the commissioners up on, and I'll wait till John gets back because some of this really involves John. He was in a meeting last week. So in the meantime, I just want to let the commissioners know that I've been invited to participate in a roundtable discussion tomorrow with Congresswoman Boebert. That'll happen over at the La Plata County Fairgrounds tomorrow. And so I'll be representing natural resources on that roundtable. I think there are 6 other participants in that. She's looking for kind of a broad range of input on a variety of things relevant to Southwest Colorado. So anyway, I'll do my best to bring forward some of the things that we've got concerns about. One other thing here. Shaq is already aware of this, but we were contacted by Cody Folsom out of Dolores, and he's got some concerns about some of the graffiti and trash and stuff like that up there at Narragansett Reservoir. The parking lot and the bathrooms and some of the Jersey barrier and stuff like that apparently have been tagged up pretty heavily. So his thought is that we try to get a work day together to see if we can get volunteers to go out there, paint over all the graffiti, and get all the trash and stuff picked up. So I'll try to coordinate with him. I know Shaq has already talked with Greg Felson to see if we have any 4-H participants that may be able to lend a hand out there. But the other thing that we can do is they're supposed to be putting together a flyer on this and to pick a work day. And so we can help promote that possibly through our IPO here at the county. And then Mr. Folsom has also agreed that he would provide paint and paint materials for anybody that would like to go and participate with this.
Of course, Dave, before we get that involved with this, shouldn't we get with the CPW, because those are actually their bathrooms, and they should.
Right. So that was the next part here.
They're responsible for that one way or another. I mean, I don't know if they would be opposed to accepting the help, but I mean, we don't. Those are the CPWs, and that lake is MBI's lake. So.
Yeah, that's correct. So yes, I've contacted CPW. They're 100% supportive of it, and of course, as you mentioned, they do have defined colors, because that was one of the concerns. They didn't want the bathroom to turn out to be chartreuse green or something like that. But they do have some approved colors and paint, and so we will coordinate with them. We already have the permission to do it. The next step is to make sure we get the proper paint. We'll get that to Cody and make sure that they have that on hand. The Jersey barriers are actually held by MVI. And so I contacted MVI, and Brandon indicated that, again, as long as we don't paint him something like chartreuse green or something, he's perfectly happy to have anybody go out there and paint them over in a neutral color. In fact, he was comfortable if we had somebody that wanted to do something artistic out there, tasteful art. They're comfortable with that. The theory being, and this is really kind of coming from Cody, that if you paint things up that have some kind of an artistic element to it, that they're less likely to get tagged. I'm certainly willing to go along with that theory as an experiment. Just be ready to have a few cans of paint left to make sure that if the art doesn't turn out to be tasteful, we need to get rid of that also. But certainly I think we've got everybody that's willing to participate in this, and we've got a go-ahead from MBI as well as CPW. CPW does want an agreement in place prior to actually putting paint on the surfaces. Just because, if somebody goes out there and drinks a gallon of paint, they don't want to have the liability or, anything like that. So it'll be underneath their...
Why do you look at me when he starts talking about people drinking a gallon of paint?
I was actually looking at John.
Oh.
I think paint. You're the Tide Pod guy, he's the paint guy.
So the whole point of that is their insurance will cover that activity. And so we'll just make sure that we've got everything formalized with them and before that goes forward.
I was like, are you asking us, are we holding the liability for this workshop or work session, or?
We're just holding the state not liable. We're not assuming liability. We're just making sure that the state isn't held liable for.
And we can.
Well, it sounds like they're gonna assure us that we're under their policy, so.
That's correct.
If they are liable, it's their problem.
Yeah, that's the point of the agreement. So, and it should be a very simple agreement, just kind of a one-pager kind of a deal.
So, I mean, how gangster is it around Narragansett Reservoir? I mean, is that like a thing now? Like you're like, I'm waterside, or how does that work?
That's really a good question. I don't know the extent.
Seen it, so
I haven't either.
That's not. Did he just say that was a good question? Yes. It's not a good question.
My understanding, it's become pretty severe up there. However, again, I have not investigated the site, and as soon as I get an opportunity to drive up there, I'll give it a look.
We might go investigate the site.
Certainly is. And, if we're successful with this is something that's good, and everybody behaves themselves, and nobody drinks any paint. Hopefully we can kind of promote this throughout the county and other places
Do
where
some more
we're having
cleanup
these
work,
kind of
yeah.
problems. So, and really, relating this, like, for example, the Paza Mesa Verde Trail, for any of the infrastructure that we get put in place on that, we're going to have to maintain it, and having this sort of a program in place ahead of time, I think will help get us set up to help alleviate those problems when they arrive. In the fairgrounds is always, any of our infrastructure is always subject to this sort of artistic license, I guess. I'll be nice about it, but tagging. And so, if we can do something as a community to help get that corrected immediately, I think it's to our benefit.
So have you looked at just washing it off instead of repainting everything, or?
No, I have not, no, at this point, yeah.
Repaint everything?
We need to investigate it and see what kind of paint and all that is. My understanding, it was all spray paint, and it's, my understanding is it's pretty tagged up. so.
Krylon.
I'm sorry?
Krylon.
Oh, yeah, likely. yes.
Say it with Krylon. Okay.
Yeah, I forgot that brand. You had me going, kind of wondering what that was.
Krylon.
And then, so I guess the last item I wanted to bring to the Commissioner's attention is that we had a meeting with the town of Dolores last week, and also the proponents of the alternative trail going up County Road 31. I think that we, and John was on the meeting too, I think that we did make some progress with that meeting. I think we've got a path forward, it sounds like, as far as getting agreements in place with the private landowners, getting some survey work done to make sure we're in the correct place. They've already reached out to an engineer to develop plans for doing some crib walls, because part of that trail would come pretty close to the toe of the road. And so, to their benefit, I think they are coming up with a good engineered plan on that. That's been advanced on to Rob Engelhardt. He's aware of it. And the other thing about it is they're talking about some of the construction perhaps having to be done from the top side on that. The small equipment that they've got is not capable of stacking the rock the way they'd like to have it stacked. So it could be that we need to approach all the construction from the top side, which would be within the lane of traffic. So I spoke with Rob about that today, and to move that forward, we would definitely need an MTC plan in place, and method of traffic control. And then also have somebody out there to do the flagging and help while that project is underway. So those are some details that we'll have to continue to work out. I talked to Rob about trying to get a meeting set up for those final details next week, and he would like to go out and visit the site again just to make sure that he has a good understanding of what the engineering details encompass, and talk about how to handle any potential traffic control.
And Mr. Dietrich, I think that I recommended next week to approach the commissioners and see whether or not they agreed with allowing parts of this trail in the road right of way. Does it sound like, from what you just said, you're going to be meeting with Rob next week? Should we maybe tell the bike organizations, I can't remember their name, Southwest Cycling?
Correct.
That next week might be too early, and maybe put it off for another week since you're meeting with Rob next week about that?
Well, we haven't got the meeting with Rob set up, so, I think we could probably advance this with the commissioners. I mean, if you feel like that's okay.
I think that's fine, and I mean, it's obviously on you guys' radar right now, and we were just going to, I know they wanted parts of this trail in the county right-of-way. It didn't sound like there would be much of a problem with that, and that we had any great reason to oppose that. I wanted to make sure BOCC was on board with that the road department was on board with that, and just those types of things. So I think that they were going to just present us with a map that says this is where we think that our bike trail should be.
Where does the trail start and end?
Okay, so it really ends up there at the Boggy Draw trailhead, that parking lot, and it really starts down in Dolores, right at the base of the hill. So, and it will cross some private property, and so they are currently negotiating with the private property owners. It sounds like everybody's good with it, but we need it in writing, obviously.
Initially, we thought, at least my impression was that the county was going to hold some rights of way through the private properties. The town of Dolores wants to do that. I'm happier to have the town of Dolores do that. I did forward some, just for examples, for the town of Dolores' attorney to use, some stuff we did at Phil's World a few years back for him to use, plagiarize, whatever, cut and paste what he needs. So I did already do that, but it sounds like that's going to be on the town of Dolores, not on us. And so, you know, we'll probably have the same discussion next week, but maybe the cycling club or James can show us a map of exactly where it would be proposed to be in our right-of-way.
Yes.
And just correct me if I'm wrong, but the initial meetings were, it would be north of V.2 Road and kind of stay more up on top in the straightaway, not down in the, where it gets real curvy going down the hill. That would kind of all be on the town of Dolores and in that private property. So it's really up on top where it's wider, and we have a lot more right-of-way up there.
Well, I think once it gets on top, the private property owners are up there, it's gonna be kinda like the past the Mesa, where it's gonna end up on the county right away up there, not on private land up there, but.
Yeah, and I believe that's correct,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah, and you know, so some of this really kind of came from Rob. You know, he was actually the one that visited with the bike club and said, well, hey, if you get it to the top of the hill, well, you know, we've got right-of-way that looks like we could fit it in all the way to the trailhead, which would be a benefit probably for everybody, including the road department.
Well,
So.
being a guy that drives a pickup and horse trailer up and down that road all the time, I would love to have them off on their own trail than coming up and down that hill, pulling trailers and semis and stuff.
Which is what
stands
the
to reason.
thought behind it
Yeah.
was, is to get them off of the roadway.
They're here to stay, and we need to work around it.
And I think with the, you know, the vegetation management project that we've got going up on the hill, if we have logging trucks and such like that coming down the hill, it's also a benefit for them. So all the way around, this looks like it's probably really good for the community all the way around, and including the folks that are driving the road. Rob did mention, you know, the trail would go down through that gully as it comes up the hill. You know, Rob is using some of that area as a place to stockpile material as it comes down the, you know, as it falls down the hillside, and needs a place to stack that stuff up. And so we discussed possibly putting some boulders in front of that road that kind of goes down into that private property. At the time, we thought that it sounded like the road department couldn't put any more material there. After discussing that with Rob today, he feels like he would not really be very comfortable with that. There is still some room that he can stockpile material, and would like to maintain that access. So he was not really supportive of putting boulders there, but we've got other alternatives. We could put a swing gate in there or something along those lines with a lock on it. So there are paths forward, and Rob was more than open to working with us and finding solutions for that. So it sounds like we're at the point we're working through a few details, but I think all those details have a path forward, and I think that we'll probably have a successful project come out of this. And I can tell the commissioners too, I think Sean Gregory is just chomping at the bit to get you know, that trail constructed. So my anticipation is that once we get the go ahead on everything, that, you know, yeah, we could see something in place as early as June. So that would be really good too.
I agree. Sounds like it's going to be a fast-moving project.
Yeah. And we love that. So that's awesome.
Well, we've been working on it for over a year now.
Yeah.
Only a year in government? That's pretty fast.
That is pretty fast.
That's light speed.
You weren't here last year, were you?
Yeah, you weren't here last year.
But really, to move something from concept like this into actual construction, a year is just not that bad. So, okay, gentlemen, I think that concludes my report for the day, unless the commissioners have any other questions for me on anything.
Well, jumping back into the painting around Narragansett. We just got this, the 4-H section of Extension just sent us work that they're doing with the Behavioral Health Coalition, and this is an example of some art that they're doing, and this is, possibly the type of thing we might be able to reconstruct on some of those Jersey barriers or outhouses or whatever, assuming everything is to go forward with that. But it sounds like the 4-H Club and Extension is on board and possibly working with maybe some people who aren't normally involved in 4-H and trying to get them involved through this. So.
And boy, if all the Jersey Bears look like that up there, boy, that'd be wonderful.
Do they just have the Jersey barriers at the boat ramp?
I don't
Because
know,
I think it is
quite
just to
honestly.
keep people from backing boats down into the,
They
there's
can't.
there might be
3?
6 or 8 of them.
Oh,
at the
wow.
very most.
Okay.
I think there's some a little bit over to the east, isn't that where that other access road comes in?
Oh, perhaps so.
I
Yeah, I know what
think
you're
so.
talking about there. Yeah.
Okay.
Again, I haven't been up there to investigate this. If I have another reason to get up in that direction, I'll put this on the list. It's probably not something you make a point of taking time out of the day to go up and visit. Just
When the ice was a little thicker, we could have found a reason to go out there, but this is coming up a
100%.
little too late.
Yep.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
James. Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
James.
You bet.
Thank you for
All
all
right.
the work on the permits.
Certainly.
Mr. Powers, your report.
Okay, first of all, we got a letter from Terry Wheeler about a board vacancy on the Housing Authority board, and apparently they did get one request to be on that board from Miss Rebecca Fraley, and my understanding is that this is a 5-year appointment, and this seems to be the only letter received.
That is correct, and I was at that Housing Authority meeting Thursday night on the 25th, and we were able to talk to this young lady. She does seem very interested, and it would obviously be my recommendation that we go ahead and point her to the 5-year term.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I gotta have to do a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
So, it has been moved and seconded to appoint Miss Rebecca Fraley to a 5-year term on the Montezuma County Housing Authority Board. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, and then continuing with information from Terry Wheeler. As part of what we're doing for the Calkins Commons project, we have to participate in housing IGA with the surrounding counties. This was sent to everybody in your packets. I think it's pretty benign. I'll defer to Attorney Baxter if he has anything that he wants to add.
No, I agree. It's fine. It is benign. That's a good description of it. There was a little typo, I think, in paragraph 2 above. I don't have any preference if we fix it or not, but I think it says by instead of be.
Yeah. I received it in PDF. I could.
Shall be the lead jurisdiction.
Yeah.
But again, I don't care. It's already signed by one party.
Yeah.
Just leave it alone.
So I'm okay with just leaving it alone. Might leave us a loophole later.
Right.
I move that we sign the intergovernmental agreement for the Community Development Block Grant 19-047.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to sign the IGA for the Community Development Block Grant 19-047 for the Montezuma County Housing Authority. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And then one last agreement, again, it was in your packets over the weekend for a residential anti-displacement and relocation assistance plan for community development block grants, business revolving loans fund. And again, this has to do with getting the Calkins Commons project approved, and it's just another pretty benign agreement. It's basically saying that with the pass-through money that we're going to agree to these issues right here.
Well, not those, right? There was two X's above
Yeah,
that.
that's what these
There you
two
go.
right
Those,
here.
yeah, those are the only two that were X'd, yeah.
Correct.
Can you roll back up to the top? Please? Move we assign the residential anti-displacement and relocation assistance plan for the Community Development Block Grant Business Revolving Loan Fund.
I'll second it.
So it's been moved and seconded to accept the Montezuma County Residential Anti-Displacement and Relocation Assistant Plan for Community Development Block Grant Business Revolving Loan Funds. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And just so this commission is aware, with the Calkins Commons project, there is low-income housing being developed by the Montezuma Housing Authority at the old Calkins building on First Street, across from the post office over there. And Montezuma County, the previous commissioners agreed to be a pass-through agent for this community development block grant of $800,000. So that's money that's all moving through the county from CDBG to the Housing Authority.
And just driving by, there's activity going on. Fences are up.
There is.
Construction
They are
trailers there.
starting.
Construction has started, and they also will start the other two buildings to the west, and hopefully will be done in 2022, and that'll provide 42 more units, 12 in the Calkins Commons and 15 and 15 in the other two buildings. So,
All right. And I think I said everything else I had to say under unfinished business, so that would conclude my report unless the commissioners have questions for me.
Who did you want to sign the IGA? It just says party, Montezuma County party.
Then
I
probably just
think the
chair.
clerk is fine.
they won't sign anything. Okay, Mr. Lindsay, your report.
Yes, I zoomed into the city council meeting last Tuesday, and also their work session, which started at 5:30. And a lot of their meeting was done to open themselves back up to public participation. And also, they went into executive session to discuss the dispatch center out here and some of the problems they were having out there. Coming out of that, they went into regular session. A lot was done with their new budget, or not budget, their new ballot initiative. And also they went back into executive session for quite a while to again discuss the dispatch center. And at about 9:30, I quit. So they had quite an executive session, but they did allow some of the public in. There was some good public comments. All council people were there except for one, so they're getting back to normal. So they're doing pretty well. Also, I did follow up on that 911 meeting we did have and started gathering a little bit of information. Still have some more to come on finances and stuff. City can't provide anything past 2017 as their audits haven't been done, but they put a new person in charge out there, which is the chief of police, Vern. And other than that, I took a phone call from a gentleman who just moved recently to the area. He kind of caught me off guard. He said we had a propane emergency in Montezuma County. And I listened to him for a while and discerned that there wasn't a propane emergency. It was just, there's a company in Montezuma County basically charging double what the other two companies are. So we discussed some options, and I'm going to get with John and go over it a little bit further. But I don't think there's much we can do.
They're private companies, they can charge whatever they want to.
Yeah.
Supply and demand, if you wanna pay it, you pay it, if you don't wanna pay it, you don't pay it.
Sounds like a good way to work yourself out of business.
Yep. Yeah, they'll go to the next guy
Yeah.
down the road. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay.
You know, I should dovetail off of Commissioner Lindsay too. I think probably last week I told you that I was going to meet with the town of Cortez and the town of Mancos regarding an IGA on the dispatch center, and then I was instructed to put that on ice and wait until there was more discussion, and so we canceled our meeting that was supposed to take place on Friday. We did not meet. So I guess I'm just waiting to hear what to do next on that.
Okay.
From them or you all.
I'll let you know tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, and mine, last Tuesday, which was a big win for us, through testimony, 1115 was amended in committee, which is the BOCC serving as the Board of Health. That got amended, and that was all taken out. I did send that email from Jenny Pingino on to you guys, which was a super big win for us and CCI. On the 24th, Attorney Baxter and myself went to the Tribal Council meeting. Finally got that resolution approved for us to be able to take care of Phase 1 and our actions down there on the County Road G McElmo slip. 25th, I went to the Housing Authority meeting. We've kind of went over everything there. They did give us 2 audits, one for the Prairie Mesa Estates and the other one for the Village Overlook. So those have been completed and done, and they're in the process of finishing up some of their other stuff. Obviously, we just appointed the young lady that had applied for the board, and that will make their board whole. We had a work session yesterday afternoon, and I just want to state that we will be putting those on YouTube. We, like I said, yesterday was our first one, and we kind of didn't have an agenda. We had a few items that we wanted to discuss, but it was brought to our attention to, if we could have an agenda and put forward, that it would be better for the viewing public, so we will put out an agenda. It may only be one item that we do discuss. But within our discussions there, just to bring everybody up to speed, and we discussed the pay plan, we discussed defined benefits, we discussed insurance, and then P.2 road came up while we were in that work session, and we were able to discuss and view some of the pictures that were presented today. So that meeting was a public meeting. There were people here in the public, but we did fail to get it on YouTube, but we will not fail to put it out, just so that people can watch it later in the day if they have the opportunity to view it later at their time.
Well, and these workshops, they're for information and education is what they're for, so that we got a better grasp on things.
And most of it's day-to-day operation.
Making no
that
decisions during that meeting, just
No.
That's
gathering
all.
information.
Right, and that's all that matters, you know, keep the doors open and unlocked. It's up to you whether or not you broadcast them on YouTube or not, as long as the doors are open and unlocked. There's not gonna be any final decisions made. If it is just day-to-day operations, we can justify that, then there could be, but otherwise, no final decisions. We don't have a clerk there, but, yeah, I think those could be helpful.
So it's brand new. It's something that we're trying to get into. You know, I stated earlier with this ARP funding, the American Rescue Plan, we've got a lot of questions that we have that we don't have answered. So with that, last night at my Mighty Dozen meeting of the commissioners of the Southwest region, that was one of the things that came up. Nobody has any clue of what they're going to do with this ARP money. So the conversation around the room last night was, well, do we kind of form something like a task force to figure out what are we all going to do, how are we going to implement it? Anyway, that'll be an ongoing conversation, and hopefully there may be some direction from the state. We'll meet with the state, I think, on April.
A week,
the next Monday
a week
night
from
is.
yesterday. Yeah, next Monday. And we could always rally together and send a message back to Washington saying, quit spending our great-grandchildren's money. They haven't even been born yet.
So anyway, that was part of that meeting last night, and
At least quit sending it to other
that will be the end of my report. And if you guys want, we can have lunch, and we'll be back here at 1:30. Okay,
we're
ladies
live.
and gentlemen, welcome back to the meeting. It is 1:30, and we are going to get started. So with that, we have Mr. Gordineer from the Southwest Livestock Association. If you would like to come forward and present to us whatever you have to present.
Linnell Brumley's the one with him.
I was gonna let him.
Here or over there, doesn't matter. Okay.
Either way. And if you'd like to introduce who you have with you.
Okay. Drew Gordineer from Cortez and Linnell Brumley from Cortez, our Southwest Colorado Livestock Association Executive Secretary. And our position today, or our reasoning to meet with you guys, is we want to personally invite you guys to the coordination seminar that we're going to be putting together.
Want to put one of these on the Elmer?
And anyway,
That's
the
just an application that we
Livestock
look at.
Association put one of these programs on in 2010, and I believe it greatly helped the relations between the Forest Service, BLM, and Montezuma County. And I know that you guys continue to work with the federal agencies, I guess, on pretty good basis. And so, since there's all new commissioners that haven't went through this training, we would like to put another one on and have you guys come. It'll be 100% free of charge to the commissioners. And if you want Mr. Powers and James or whoever you want to attend, please bring them. Like I say, no cost to you for the books or the seminar, either one. We are going to provide lunch at no cost to you guys also. It'll be held at the Annex building, roughly from start registration around 8 o'clock on May the 7th, which is a Friday. Go to 4 o'clock. Oh, don't do that.
I work.
I understand.
8
But-
o'clock till when?
So 4, the registration starts at 4. The class will actually begin at 9. And we have Margaret Byfield, who is one of the executive directors on the Stewards of Liberty. And she will be coming up to present the class. We're also inviting numerous counties on the western slope, La Plata County, southeastern Utah, San Juan County. We've invited Bruce Adams and to come. I don't know how many is going to actually show up. Hopefully we get quite a few. There is a few counties, Alamosa, and what was the Creed?
Well,
Rio Blanco?
Switcher's not working, so you're not getting out.
Anyway, yeah,
Mineral County.
yeah. So anyway, quite a few counties. Hopefully we will get at least close to 40 to 50 commissioners and or their personnel, whoever they want. I would assume administrators, public lands attorneys, whatever. Oh yes, we will be inviting the sheriff, so any of those want to come. So I guess I'm giving you that sales pitch, so if you happen to see any of these other commissioners, please invite them and stuff as well. And that was kind of the one deal. I know you guys are working on this 30 by 30. We've got quite a bit of information. I'm sure James has probably got everything that I have had there also and stuff. And I do have a workbook. If somebody would like to look at this, is my personal book, but if I can leave it with you guys, you can look through it or something like that. This will be provided to you guys free of charge and stuff. You want to leave it with you, or?
Sure. I'll give you it. That'll be great.
Save me a packet so I can at least put two.
And so that's basically what we've got there. I do have one final ask to ask you guys. We are having this at the Annex building, and since this is a kind of a non-profit deal, I was wondering if you might cut us a little bit of slack on the rent of it. We're not able to use the kitchen, we're just using the main floor and stuff, and so it's roughly $200 for the day. You know, you guys can talk it over amongst yourselves. If you can cut us a little slack, we'd appreciate it.
Have you already scheduled it with Jonathan?
I have been talking with him. I haven't turned in the contract yet, but he had scheduled us tentatively.
Yeah, and I think that was going to be my question, is once you schedule with that department head, and then they'll bring that request forward to us.
Okay,
But-
so I've talked with him then about a,
Yeah. So that everything goes through that department, so that the scheduling of that building goes through Jonathan,
right,
and then he typically will present it. But we know that it's coming then.
And just so you guys are aware, Jonathan, oh yeah, that's May 7th. I thought it said April 7th. Never mind, we're good. We got lots of time.
I have it all filled out. I talked to him, it's been 3 or 4 weeks ago, I think. So as far as I know, we're good to go at that time.
You know, so I'll entertain any questions if you might have something for us.
I will move this, I meet with, like I said, 12 other counties on every Monday in the southwest region, which
Right.
is Mesa, Montrose, Dolores,
Great.
La Plata, Archuleta. So I will
Yeah, please
put
remind
this
them
out there
that-
for them on
Okay,
Monday
and I
morning.
was planning to go ahead and mail letters, these same letters to them as well, so they'll have their own copy, but that would be great if you would
Okay.
discuss it with them.
And same for those guys, everything is free of charge to the commissioners and the appropriate people and so forth, because we believe that this is a very worthwhile situation.
Are you guys also going to put it on Zoom, or is it?
No,
Okay.
that's too much of a headache. It takes
Well, I
somebody
know the
with
last
electronic
time you
stuff.
had one, the relationships between the Forest Service, BOM, and everybody got a lot better.
A lot better, yes. And I know at one time, the commissioners had established a coordination deal or a group to kind of meet, vet some of the stuff with the Forest Service, but some of the people kind of took advantage of it, trying to use it as a club rather than a tool, and so that kind of went by the wayside, which is good, because you guys are the ones that need to actually make the decisions and so forth. But if they will come and talk to you, and I know that they have, because I think you, Jim, had said that they come on a lot of these logging
Yep.
subjects, stuff like that, so we want to continue some of
And we
those.
just recently had them with CPW and trying to think of who else when we had our board-to-board meeting with Dolores. You know, they had questions that we couldn't answer the first time out.
Right.
So we set it up for a week later, and we were able to answer a lot of their questions. Obviously, that we couldn't answer because it wasn't anything that was happening on our range per se. It was all the Forest Service. So we do coordinate with them quite a bit with the BLM and the Forest Service. So, but
And
making relationships better all the time is never a bad thing.
Absolutely.
In visiting with Margaret, she has had some success getting the Department of Wildlife, whether it be the U.S. Fish and Wildlife or even the state Parks and Wildlife. She has had a little bit of success getting them to come to the table and stuff, and I'm hoping for this wolf deal that you guys might be able to use that as a little bit of a bargaining tool or something. I don't know, that might be too far gone, but hopefully that might give you an end.
Okay.
So that's pretty much what we had. If there are any questions, we'd be glad to answer.
Sure appreciate you guys coming in.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
I'll be there.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, okay. And
Did you
I'll
want to leave
check-
them the pause?
Oh, pause,
information?
you
No.
guys want any of that pause stuff?
You can leave it with us. We're getting
Those are all extra copies. You're probably getting inundated.
we're getting
Oh, yeah,
inundated
we're
with
getting-
with it, but
Thank you.
That's just for new grab, you might say.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll catch up with Shaq maybe next week and try to get my book back or whatever, so.
Okay.
Feel free to look at it and all of that. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Drew.
okay. Now we're going to have our follow-up from the presentation that Mr. Dietrich and Mr. Powers and Mr. Millard were at. So if you guys, however you want to come forward and present this,
I'll have to run Zoom, so I'll stay.
okay?
at the
So.
end, yeah.
The floor is is yours.
My name's Ed Millard. I represent Montezuma County on the Southwest Basin Roundtable, and I represent the Roundtable on the Colorado's Interbasin Compact Commission, so my specialty is water issues. But today we're going to be talking about both land and water. When Representative Bobart was here, I think a month or so ago, we had an initial conversation about 30 by 30 and what it is in context of the NCAs and the DeGette Wilderness bill. And it's happening pretty fast. It really started accelerating in January, so we're all struggling to learn what 30 by 30 is and whether it's a good or a bad thing for us, and it's probably not going to be great for us. So I'm going to try to give you a somewhat bigger picture of where it comes from and what it is from a global perspective, because it is a global initiative and that's very problematic. So I'm going to put a bunch of slides up at the front that I'm going to tell you like what it means to us, and you may not understand it, but I wanted to get the important parts up first, and then we'll maybe try to explain some of the more background information further on, and then we can stop whenever you guys get tired of it and have discussion. So I'm going to hit you over the head with a baseball bat early, and then I'm going to explain to you why I'm doing it and with empathy. So, let's go to the first slide.
I'm just hoping you don't knock us out.
Well, it's not very pleasant, but
I assure you that Mr. Millard will be a better presenter than the guy from National Geographic was last week.
well, he was an ocean guy, and we were kind of interested in land, so we're not too much into ocean, so it was a little bit off topic. But he did give me a bunch of leads that I'm using in this presentation, so I do know where all of this is coming from. So he did do us a service in the end by telling us where to look to find the information we did need, and I have found a bunch of it. I just started this presentation working on it on Friday, so it's going to be very rough. I can't vouch for you. It's all accurate. I have been trying to put references in on everything, but it's just kind of a first building block if you actually want to know where all this is coming from a global, national, state perspective. Up in the corner, you're going to see some logos, and this is going to try to convey to you which organization is responsible for this. There's a bunch of them involved. Again, it's a global initiative. There's probably thousands of organizations involved. This one is from the World Economic Forum. If you don't know it by that name, it's known by Davos. It's where all of the elites get together in Switzerland, at least when there's not COVID, to meet and basically redesign the world for the rest of us. They have a lot of very wealthy people. Prince Charles is there, especially on this issue, and a lot of major corporations send representatives there. And China as well, I think, was featured at the last one. Driven by a global population projected to rise to over 10 billion people by 2050 from 7.6 billion today, and an increase in the consuming class, which would be the middle class and probably in particular the rising consuming class in China, with the purchasing power to demand more food and clothing per capita, including food with a higher environmental footprint, such as meat, the world will require a doubling in agricultural production from 2005 levels in order to meet demand. Such a trajectory is unsustainable. I'll find a place I can see this. Okay, next slide. And this is going to be some kind of fine print. How we consume food, particularly resource-intensive animal-based protein, as well as other agricultural and forest products, such as natural fibers, has a disproportionate impact on our ability to solve the current climate, humanitarian, and nature crisis. Shifting to plant-compatible consumption is essential to reducing the agricultural system's impact on the planet. That will mean shifting away from overconsumption of resource-intensive animal protein. Basically, this is a section again from this report. It's World Economic Forum, and they're talking about planet-compatible consumption. The way we consume food, fiber, and clothes right now is not sustainable. At least they're saying it's not sustainable under increased population growth, climate, etc. So they're basically saying we're going to have to change how our food system and the entire planet works. and their primary target is animal-based protein. That's cattle primarily, to a lesser extent pork, chicken, and fish. This shift, necessary for human and environmental health, must be managed with attention to the impact on the livelihoods of small ranchers and on the rural communities that currently depend on livestock and dairy for income. This is basically talking about us, obviously, because we are a very cattle-dependent economy. The entire West Slope is, our county is in particular. One key thing to note here again, this is a global initiative and this is a global organization. Cattlemen in Colorado are different from cattlemen in Brazil, are different from cattlemen in Africa. But we are kind of all being lumped together because we are raising beef in particular. Beef footprint is very high in both land and water, and they're basically saying there's no longer room to do it anymore. So this is one of the key targets. There are two key targets in all of this: land protection, biodiversity, et cetera. The two biggest ones are meat consumption, and the other one is oil and gas. This is from the Nature Conservancy. And one of the things that you'll find as you start looking through 30 by 30, organization after organization is basically saying that it's essential to do 30 by 30 to prevent pandemics. And they're implying that the COVID pandemic is a result of our abuses of nature. You can read our statement. This is, I think, the new CEO of the Nature Conservancy. The pandemic killed 1.3 million people, originated through human-wildlife contact. That is not proven, but everybody says that it is, like as it is a proven fact, which it's not. And there is an old saying, it's a golden rule in politics: never let a good crisis go to waste. We just had a pandemic, everybody's shocked by it, and they're basically using this pandemic. It is a fact that there are often viruses that do jump from animals to humans. Ebola is the one that she's citing. It is common, for example, hunting bushmeat in Africa and eating chimpanzees, that you can get hemorrhagic fevers. But in this case, there is absolutely no proof that the COVID pandemic was from exposure from wild animals to humans. It may have happened in a live market in Wuhan where they were selling wild animals for food. But there was also a virology lab there that was doing research in coronaviruses, and it may leak to there. But it is very unfortunate that these organizations are citing as fact that the pandemic may have come from contact with wild animals, and they're justifying 30 by 30 because they want to create separation between humans and wildlife. And what you're talking about here is you're not talking about wilderness where you can recreate. They want to completely separate humans from wildlife. And this is especially true in Africa because, again, it's very common to hunt wild animals for meat because they don't have many other food sources. It's a matter of survival. So some of this may be aimed at Africa more than the U.S. or Asia, where they have a lot more live food markets than we do. But again, this is the problem with a one-size-fits-all globally planned thing. They kind of throw everybody out with the same bathwater. I'm a water person, and we're talking about land here and biodiversity and wilderness, but there is a connection between the issues that I have been presenting to you on, which is demand management, the crisis on the Colorado River, shortages of fresh water, endangered fish species or threatened fish species. Like, for example, on the Dolores, there are 3 species that may be threatened at some point. This is again from the Nature Conservancy. It was an article they put on International Water Day, which was a week from today. They're talking about a greenwashing program that they're doing with N.M.P.M and Anheuser-Busch. And greenwashing is basically these companies fund environmental organizations with large amounts of cash. They do good things with the money environmentally. And it basically gives the companies some positive marketing that they're doing things good for the environment to offset the things they do that are bad. It's very common for liquor and beer companies to do it because they take a lot of water out of the rivers and environment. This article says, restoring natural flows to this. It's listing the accomplishment they have. It did some in Los Angeles, some other places, but obviously all we care about is the one on the Colorado River Basin. restoring natural flows to the Colorado River Basin by decreasing consumption, which is demand management, mostly efficiency improvements. Establishing water markets is the most important part you should look at here, and changing management and design of water infrastructure so rivers and aquifers can support the needs of people and native wildlife, particularly fish, but also birds, etc. This raises some questions because they're basically saying here that they're running the Colorado River and they're doing these things. Probably a writer didn't overstep their bounds and oversold the argument, but it causes some question of whether the Nature Conservancy is actually the one that's driving demand management and some of the management changes on the Colorado River. Audubon is another one that's doing some pretty substantial, has been substantially involved in the 2007 interim guidelines and the negotiations. The other key point is they're saying they're creating water markets, and you know that that is a very touchy subject in the Colorado Basin right now. Water asset management, that's their goal, James Eklund. They're also saying that they want to create water markets in the Colorado River Basin because they say that the prior appropriation system is basically not pricing water appropriately for the use. So they basically want to have a water market so that you pay as much as you have to against, and you're bidding against other cities or whoever else, hydroelectric that wants the water. So this raises the obvious question, is TNC actually doing the same thing that Water Asset Management doing, and they're seeking to establish a water market in the Colorado River? And if that happens, the farmers are going to suffer because we can't pay as much water as the Front Range or the cities in the lower basin can pay. They don't say this locally because they're basically talking this is for compact compliance and management of the river. They do obviously want water in the rivers, but they have not generally around here been advertising that they are seeking to create water markets the same way that the hedge funds and water asset management is. When I saw this a week ago, I just found it very concerning. I sort of knew this was the case, but they're actually saying that they're pushing all of these agendas. Questions about that one?
How long would it actually take to create a water market? I mean, realistically, how long would that take?
Australia did it fairly quickly. I mean, Australia has a full water market that most of the farmers and ranchers are furious over. The worst case of a water market is you actually have to bid on your water like on a given day, and you have no reliable water source.
All of our water, well, I shouldn't say all of our water. I think most of our water here is all.
It's tied to our service area. It's
Right.
full service, it's tied to the land.
Their agreements, compacts. How would that ever be?
It's already occurring. It's already occurring because cities normally buy and dry agricultural water rights. It's happened all over on the Arkansas and the South Platte. So basically, you would throw money at someone, they can sell their water right to you. You have to go through water court and transfer it. But it's happening. It's been happening for a long time. I mean, that's how Crowley County ended up the way that it was because Colorado Springs and Pueblo went and bought all the water. It's just not a very fluid market where price discovery is easy. I mean, it's kind of willing buyer, willing seller, and it's kind of hard to set the price. And there's ATMs, which alternative transfer mechanisms, and that allows you to do that on a year-by-year basis. But demand management is basically the Trojan horse to start establishing a water market on the West Slope because they're going to let you sell your prior appropriation and use it or lose it was designed by smart people, and they designed it the way they did it because they didn't want to have water markets and they didn't want to have people grabbing water and then reselling it for a profit as opposed to putting it to beneficial use. I mean, that's the way it is. But the fact is you can sell your water right now, but we are looking at this point, you're going to have a much more liquid water market for our water, and demand management's going to start it. Some places or maybe the cities may sell theirs for $2,000 an acre foot. The ag in demand management is supposed to be a heavily regulated market by the state. So there'll be sideboards, it won't be a true market, but water asset management and others are looking to make a true water market. So water will go to the highest bidder, and obviously the lower basin and hedge funds are going to bid way more for their water than we will. Right now, the good thing is, I mean, it requires a willing seller. So as long as we don't sell our water, it's fine. But once people start waving cash at us, they might. And demand management is probably going to start, if we have to do proportional contributions by basin, we're probably going to have some people start selling our water if it gets stood up. I'm doing everything to keep this from happening. That's why I protect the Division 7 exemption, because we don't want water markets here. And the best way to do that is to have use it or lose it. And that's what the Division 7 exemption protects it. You're supposed to put your water to the use that that water right says, which is, in our case, an MVI or full service is for agriculture. And Cortez, et cetera, is for municipal. So it's just, TNC doesn't say they're in this for the water markets around here, or maybe at the state level, but this is probably someone on a national level that says that they are. So I don't know. It could be that this person misspoke when they wrote this, but it certainly looked to me that when TNC is pushing these demand management pilot projects and throwing money at people to participate in demand management, they are, for all practical purposes, creating a market. So I've not really had an easy way to differentiate between what water asset management is doing versus what TNC is doing versus a farmer that wants to sell their water when they retire. Anyway, the key other point about all of this is fresh water rights is an integral part of 30 by 30 because water and land are tied together. So this is kind of just a small part of this bigger land 30 by 30 initiative. So this is a very small part of it, but it's a part that impacts us directly. And you can kind of see the lines being drawn by this 30 by 30 initiative and demand management because they probably were designed together. What does 30 by 30 mean for us? I can say I don't know, but I'm going to speculate here. This is the worst case scenario. And, if you don't know Soylent Green, it was a classic 1973 science fiction movie. Basically, the world was overpopulated and they didn't have enough food. The oceans were tapped out, so they were feeding everybody Soylent bars of different colors. They were probably based on soy. They claimed they were based on fish, etc. And I'm not going to spoil the plot for you, but some of the stuff you're going to look at later, we're not that far from it. And the key point here is look at the date in blue below the big green part. It says people needed in the year 2022. So this is, they pretty much nailed it because that's next year and that's where 30 by 30 is going. We don't have enough land to feed all the people and they're going to try to redesign the world, and that's basically what this movie did. And,
I do find that the best vegan breakfast burritos are made with real vegans.
Okay, I'm not going to touch that one. It is true they do want us to all be vegetarians, but in Soylent Green, they weren't exactly vegetarians. Again, these are speculation. This is a global initiative. You'll get a different answer what it means from everybody that you talk to. There's politicians, there's corporations, there's NGOs. I'm just going to try to cover some of the obvious ones that I've seen in the various stuff, the research I've done in the last few weeks. Designation of most of the West Slopes land, probably not on the front range of the Eastern Plains. 30 by 30 is tending to target rainforest, forests, mountains because they tend to have the highest biodiversity. They're not really interested in Antarctica, they're excluding Antarctica altogether. They're not that interested in deserts like the Sahara, et cetera, because there's not a huge biodiversity there in the first place. I don't think they're going to target the front range with the cities. I mean, that's where one of their concerns here is there's a lot of land being taken away by all these housing and subdivisions. We have a little of that, but most of it's happening on the front range. But chances are they're going to lock up all the land on the west slope. And there's kind of a disconnect in this narrative there that they want to stop this suburban sprawl, but most of this land being locked up is probably going to be on the west slope. 30 by 30 is 30% of all the land, probably excluding some of the least habitable. They want 30% of all the land with some form of increased protection by 2030. So in Colorado, we have somewhat more than 60 million acres. They need 20 million acres. We have 6 million acres with various forms of designation right now, so they need to add 14 million more acres. So that's more than triple of what we have in wilderness, NCAs, national monuments, national parks, et cetera. State parks are probably included in that. It is key to note that 30 by 30 is just kind of an arbitrary number that they pick to get the ball rolling. Most of these people are saying that they need to do 50% of all the land and oceans. And if they do, by some miracle, achieve 30 by 30, they're just going to up it to 50 by 50 probably. To do that, we would need to have 30 million acres designated in Colorado, and that would certainly cover the entire west slope unless they move down onto the plains. I don't think they're going to try to reestablish prairie grass and buffalo on the plains. They certainly could try, but it's pretty tough to recover that kind of land once you start farming it. They're probably going to increase designation on all or most of the U.S. Forest Service and BLM and probably state lands. There's a question, they probably are going to have to do something with some private lands. And what are they going to do? You get different stories from different documents. Conservation easements is discussed. That is good because it preserves farms and ranches. In some of them, they may lock the water down to the farm, and that's a good thing because we want the water locked to the farm to keep it from being sold downriver by speculators. But, I mean, they're talking about wilderness, and obviously ranches and farms are not wilderness by most definitions. I mean, there's people there, and there's farming and agriculture. They might try to purchase private land with willing sellers. It's certainly possible they might use eminent domain. I can't say for sure, but if you're actually going to do what they're talking about, it would seem you would at some point almost have to have eminent domain to get some of the people out of the national forest and so forth if you want real wilderness area. It should be noted that they have done some of this in Africa in particular to build some of the wildlife reserves around the gorillas and some of the others. They have actually displaced people, native indigenous peoples there outside the bounds of the wilderness area, and it's caused a great deal of tension and unhappiness whenever they've done it, and you usually have a bunch of unhappy people around the edges of the reserve, and they usually start poaching unless they're given high-paying jobs as rangers or something. So again, what you would do in Africa versus what you would do here are probably two different things, but bottom line is you're looking at locking up a whole bunch of land on the west slope most probably. Demand management, again, is probably the way to acquire ag water. I don't see other way that they can do that. Again, you want to support the native fish, and you need to restore the rivers just as much as you restore the land as part of this wilderness initiative. The primary goal is, which they're not making any bones about, they pretty much want to wipe out our natural resource-based economy, and that would mean probably no jobs, and young people would have to leave more than they already are. They're certainly targeting ranching, again, cattle. It's probably target number 1A, oil, gas, CO2, coal is target 1B. They're probably pretty much equal. They're obviously wiping out all of the fossil fuels through the climate initiative. There are two parallel initiatives going on here. There's climate change, global warming, and then there's biodiversity and land, but they're kind of like going in sync right now. So, farming, they talk about small scale, organic, local food being okay, which means millennials with hand tools in the soil. You can certainly raise some vegetables that way. It's good, obviously great food, but they are very strenuously opposed to industrial farming with commercial fertilizers, herbicides, pesticides, etc. It is probably not realistic that you're going to feed the entire country or the entire world with organic farmers using hand tools. If you were to do it, you would have to go back to the demographics we had at the turn of the 20th century. Basically, there were huge numbers of people working in ag because they didn't have farm machinery. So if you're going to get rid of farm machinery and go back to that, you're going to have to employ huge numbers of people doing it. It'd be very expensive, but this is one of the confusions. You don't really know whether they're going to allow farming to continue in these areas, if it's organic, or they're going to allow farming to continue if it's industrial scale, or they're not going to allow it at all. Timber, this is another confusing place. Some of these entities are talking about wilderness area here, and that means there's no logging because those two things are not compatible. But Bennett and others and Negoose, they're obviously panicked about the forest fires in the state of our forest, so they want to allow logging and timber exploitation. So this is one of those, they might allow it for a while or in some areas, but wilderness is, you're certainly not going to do any of that. You're going to pretty much have to let nature take its course as far as wildfires, et cetera, to control the timber. And you're not going to be harvesting it. So again, this is fiber. If you don't allow any logging, you're going to have a serious problem with fiber. Mining's obviously gone. So that leaves tourism and recreation is the one surviving economy. Seasonal, low paying, works okay with places that have ski resorts because they can probably put together year-round tourism like Telluride and Durango. Probably doesn't work that great here because we just have Mesa Verde. If you could establish a rafting economy, that would be great. I don't think you're going to establish a rafting economy on the Dolores like you have on the Arkansas or some of the bigger rivers. So the elite enclaves with the ski resorts, Telluride, et cetera, would probably be okay. I mean, the reason, the first way they're going to clear us out is there aren't going to be jobs here, especially if you take out farming and cattle and timber. So that's a pretty easy way to get rid of the rest of us as opposed to forcing us out like they've done in some areas in Africa. But you would assume that Telluride and Aspen and Vail would survive because they're affluent and they would probably basically be living in a very large park at that point. The basic problem here, if you take half the land out of production, how are you going to feed people? As much as they may hate it, they're almost certainly going to have high-intensity soy-based agriculture. I assume they would do it in the Midwest. And it's far enough away from the mountains, and it's in the plains that they probably can't recover, so they would probably go to that. And it certainly has been discussed that they're basically going to go to robotic farm machinery, and they wouldn't basically have small family farms anymore. They would just be giant robotically farmed soy, maybe corn if they can deal with the nitrogen problems, et cetera. Could mean the end of rural America, and the one thing that they may offer us for meat is aquaculture grown fish, and China is huge in this. So some of these documents will say we can't let you eat beef anymore, but we will let you eat fish as a concession so that you don't have to go full vegan or vegetarian. Okay, that's the gist of it. I'm gonna go really quick. This is kind of the recent chronology. This is another one of those weird connections between the Colorado River and this. Tom Udall, when he put a Senate resolution in January 2020, a year ago, he wrote an article on High Country News, and it was dedicated, I think it was either his uncle or Stuart's, either his uncle or his father. He wrote this book, The Quiet Crisis, and this was one of the earlier works. He created Canyon Lands, and he was actually talking about biodiversity and preserving land in 1963. Stuart Udall was also the Secretary of Interior during the time that he and his brother Mo were advocating for the Central Arizona Project. And they actually testified, and they actually pulled strings to get Central Arizona Project authorized, and they pushed for the 1968 Colorado River Basin Project Act, which is where my Section 603 comes from. So Stuart Udall and the Udall families are in this on the water side with us, and they're in on this on the environment side, and that family has new generations coming along, so you will be seeing Udalls for the foreseeable future. They caused many of the problems we have on the Colorado in 1968 between Mo and Stuart, and Brad and others are trying to fix the problems that they solved, and they may cause new ones, but get used to it. The Udall family is going to be here to stay. Next. Okay, this is a different version of the map that I showed at the briefing for Representative Bobart. You might remember the Western Wildway. This is another look at it. The organization that started this is called Wildlands Network. They were founded in 1991. I think they're based in Salt Lake, or Seattle then. They're based in Salt Lake now. And you will see again that they're talking about pretty much trying to restore the entire west slope of the Rockies all the way over to the Wasatch and the Great Basin into wilderness area again. And they basically want to have a fully connected wilderness area so that animals can migrate from south to north as required. And they have a strong case for it, but this is where 30 by 30 is probably going to come from in the United States. Let's go on to the next one. This is also from them, and this is a more detailed map. You'll see the green areas that are already in wilderness and protection, and then you'll see a bunch of red blobs. These are the priority corridors where they want to reconnect wilderness as they're trying to build out this Western Wildway into a big contiguous wilderness area. The two in Colorado are Thompson Divide and Vail Pass, but you can be confident as soon as they get these. Thompson Divide, I think, is probably in the core act that Bennett's doing now. As they get these approved, they're just going to move on to the next parts, and they'll probably continue building this indefinitely. If we're going to do 30 by 30, they're going to have to do this entire thing in 10 years, and you can see what kind of chaos that would cause. This is on the also from Wildlands Network. They're talking about, again, the agriculture issue. Are we going to have what they're advocating for is organic, small scale, hand tools, subsistence, local food. Again, in Africa, that's what you do to survive, is just raise food to eat. But they're basically saying here that our industrial agricultural, again, with fertilizers, machinery, pesticides, herbicides, is destroying the planet. And we have to change to a different agricultural model. And again, that's us. So this is the one that I showed originally. This is E.O. Wilson. This is in 2014. E.O. Wilson started picking up this cause. He took the Western Wildway directly from Wildlands Network. There's a timber speculator that's trying to restore the longleaf pine historic range down in Florida. You'll notice that these are not generally Democrat cities. These are generally country, conservative, Republican areas that are going to probably be progressively pushed off limits. This is the Bible that these people are using. Again, it's Edward Wilson. This was published in 2016, right after a year or so after that stuff I just showed you. It's part of a 3-part series. E.O. Wilson's 91 years old. He's an American biologist, naturalist, writer. He's nicknamed the New Darwin. His biological specialty is mimicology, the study of ants. He's the world's leading expert on ants. He was on the Nature Conservancy Board in 1999. I don't know how long he was on there, what the range was. They don't really advertise it very well. One of the quotes from his book, "To strive against odds on behalf of all of life would be humanity its most noble." And then there's a quote from a review. He basically says that if archaeologists study our area, they're going to see weapons, plastics, machines, and no species. And he's basically saying that that's our legacy, and they're trying to reverse it. These people quote this book fairly regularly, and he is a great writer. I'm reading it right now. It mentions the Nature Conservancy 4 or 5 times in it. Next. And I always like to have both sides of the story. I've shown this to the previous commissioners. This is by Michael Schellenberger. He used to be a hard left environmentalist when he was young, and he's turned on the environmental movement. He's very concerned that these environmental alarmists are going to do more damage to our civilization planet than they're going to fix. So he is a huge advocate for hydroelectric and nuclear power. He doesn't think we're going to transition to solar and wind successfully with the civilization we have. You have to realize when you switch away from these reliable power sources, natural gas, hydro, and nuclear, to these unreliable sources, and you're going to force all homes to be run on electricity with no natural gas, and you're going to force your entire transportation system to electricity, it's very unlikely that this scheme's going to work. And he takes it apart one by one all of the times that environmentalists said they were going to fix things, and they made them worse. So it's a good counterpoint. You got to take it with a grain of salt. Both of these people are on two extremes, and neither one of them's right. It's somewhere in the middle. Okay, now we're getting to where it started. 30 by 30 actually started in our political system in the United States. Michael Bennett and Tom Udall put a resolution in the Senate in 2019 that basically just supported this. They said that they wanted to put 30% of the ocean and the land in the United States under protections by 2030. You'll notice Kamala Harris, Cory Booker are on here. And it was most probable that I think every Democrat presidential candidate had to endorse 30 by 30 as kind of a litmus test, and Michael Bennett and Hickenlooper were some of those candidates. So I would suspect he probably put this out during his presidential run. And the text for the bill is there. You can read it. It's not a bill. It's just a resolution because they couldn't have gotten this through the Congress under Trump and the Republicans. And then they did the same thing. This is Congressman Neguse from Boulder. It's a very similar resolution. It followed immediately the next year. The key thing you need to note here is Deb Haaland was one of the sponsors there when she was a congressman from New Mexico. She is now the Interior Secretary, so she's pretty well placed to help execute this strategy because she controls BLM lands in particular. She has a quote here: "Conserving our lands and waters is essential for protecting wildlife and stabilizing our climate. So I'm following the direction from leading scientists and introducing this resolution to set a national goal of conserving 30% of America's land and oceans by 2030 to tackle this urgent crisis." Next, we'll probably try to go a little bit faster. Immediately following that resolution, the National Resource Defense Council put out a letter of support, and they have a very long list of all of the supporters of this, and I just pulled out the ones that are immediate importance to us. American Rivers, San Juan Citizens Alliance, and the Nature Conservancy are some of the more prominent environmental organizations that are pushing demand management in particular. Conservation Colorado is another one that's Boulder-based, and Center for Biological Diversity and Wildlands, Wild Earth Guardians are probably the two most litigious of these, so they will file lawsuits if they don't generally get what they want for this biodiversity movement to protect endangered species. And the Wilderness Society was the sponsor of the presentation we saw last week. Okay, there's a bunch of documents here. I'm not going to go through them in too much detail. This one has a bunch of sponsors on it. Again, the Nature Conservancy is one of them. Let's go to this quickly. This is another long section that basically is saying that COVID is the reason, contact with wild animals is the reason for the COVID pandemic or pandemics in general. So this is another rationalization that we have to do 30 by 30 now to prevent future pandemics. Okay, this is the point at which this really started to heat up in the public. There was a World Economic Forum, virtual, not in Davos, but the same people. And the EU commissioner, the chair of the EU Commission, announced there that the EU Commission and generally the EU is going to be supporting 30 by 30. This was on January 26th. Again, they're using key to protecting people against pandemics, so they're using that crisis card again. If we don't urgently act to protect our nature, the next pandemic will be around the corner, so this is basically scare tactics. Again, nature can cause pandemics, but they're exploiting the fact that we're in one right now and everybody's kind of shocked and they're willing to try to prevent a future one as a rationalization for doing this. Next. Following day, Joe Biden issued an executive order tackling climate change at home and abroad. Section 216 is endorsing 30 by 30. And the fact that these two happened back to back in 2 consecutive days triggered massive conspiracy theories all over the internet and social networks and QAnon and et cetera, that basically there's a global conspiracy here to start locking up all the land. I don't know this personally, I read it in Wikipedia, so but there has been a lot of concern about the fact EU, World Economic Forum, NGOs are all basically talking about locking up all of our land. Go back one, I might want to briefly read that one. No, I guess we're done there. And Nagoose and a bunch of others followed on supporting it again. We can skip over this. Okay, it is important to know about the UN Center for Biodiversity. The fact that the UN is involved in this is also a source of many conspiracy theories, as you can imagine. Let's go to the next slide. There's a Center for Biodiversity. It was created in 1992. There's been 2 major treaties that come out of it. They've missed every goal that they've ever set. They haven't been delivering very much of any of this. So that's what 30 by 30 is they're trying to actually deliver on all this, finally. Their goals are the conservation of biological diversity is the big one, the sustainable use of its components, and fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from genetic resources, which is a little strange. I think they're talking about genetically engineered organisms, but I haven't actually researched it that much depth. They've had 2 conventions, and they're going to have another one. They were supposed to have another one in China this year that's been postponed to COVID, and that's another big concern. They've put out a bunch of documents. Let's go to the next one. Global Biodiversity Outlook 5 is one of the big ones. This has a bunch of stuff about water, about food production, about cattle, so you can see these are not secret. There's no reason to call them conspiracy theory. They're very out in the open what their goals are here. The exploitation, okay, this one gets back to the water issue, so that's why it's in here. The exploitation of freshwater resources for agriculture, industrial, and domestic consumption has taken place with little regard to freshwater ecosystems and the services they provide. And again, that would be targeting us, along with all of the other agriculture, et cetera, that have diverted from rivers around the world. Next. And this one's also extremely interesting. They're talking about integrating environmental flows into water management policy and practice. They basically, instead of just having a prior appropriation and worrying about ag and cities, you've got to put environmental flows into that same system. The reason this is important is we have been talking about environmental flows and environmental flow rec tool in context of the water plan for the last 2 months, and it is exactly the same thing. So the Colorado Water Plan and the NGOs are pushing this same agenda. Basically, they have to put environmental flows into the appropriation system one way or another. Right now, it's probably going to be through demand management. We're going to have gaps as global warming and we have droughts, et cetera. We're going to have gaps in agriculture, environment, rec, and cities. And the solution for that gap, the main one is probably going to be you're going to have to dry up farms and transfer that water to rivers and cities. So that's demand management again, basically. And this is the UN at a global level, and it's at our local level. And this is the Kunming Biodiversity Summit. It's going to be in China, which is a little unusual. It's the first major environmental summit in China. There were supposed to be 2 or 3 of these super summits for the climate change and biodiversity this year, but they've all been postponed. And their goal is going to be to reach agreement over targets to protect the natural world, including proposals to conserve 30% of the world's oceans and land by 2030. Scientists have warned that agricultural production, mining, and pollution are causing the 6th mass extinction. So again, they're targeting agriculture. And this is going to be the same as the Paris Climate Accord. If everybody signs it, you're going to have targets and you're supposed to meet them. There's not much enforcement, but it's going to be like we agree we're going to reduce our carbon footprint by X amount in Paris. We're going to agree we're going to lock up X amount of land, and it's going to be all the countries in the globe in theory. I don't think Russia, Brazil, India, Middle East are going to sign it, but there's going to be a lot of pressure for the EU and America to sign it. China will probably sign it, but there's a question whether they'll actually adhere to it or not. But it's interesting that this is happening in China maybe next year. This one is not exactly related to 30 by 30, but it's kind of interesting because this is a paper that I got in March of last year. It basically says water scarcity and fish impairment are driven by beef production. Brian Richter is a former Nature Conservancy chief scientist, and he's a current demand management advocate. He developed the environmental rec flow tool I just discussed in concert with CWCB when he was at the Nature Conservancy, and he's currently associated with Water Asset Management and James Eklund, and he wrote a controversial op-ed in the Denver Post in January, I think it was, about demand management and basically shutting off west slope irrigation. And again, it's exactly the same thing. They're targeting beef. You're going to have to realize that, and we're going to have some kind of response to it because they're going to put a great deal of pressure to eliminate cattle on the west slope so that they can get the water back. I don't know if we look at a couple more. We don't need to look at that one too much. This came out a week or 2 weeks ago, and I gave it to all you guys. It's pretty in detail, and it's basically talking about pathways in Colorado. This is the paper that was written by Sala is the Nat Geo guy that talked at the Wilderness Society meeting last week. And it's basically another way of outlining this. He's an ocean guy. Basically, it's the science behind why they want to do this. They actually talk about bottling up 75% of the land and oceans may be necessary. So the range is 25% to 75%. They've started with 30, so they don't scare us too much. They're going to go to 50. They may actually want to go to 75, especially on the oceans. And this all ties into the World Economic Forum's Great Reset, which is also a major source of conspiracy theories. They want to redesign, in the wake of COVID, they basically want to redesign the entire global economy. And this is Davos crowd, major corporations, rich people that basically want to redesign the world for us. They're talking about completely redesigning all of our energy, all of our agriculture, food production, technology in the space of 10 years. Centrally planned. What could go wrong?
So basically, they're going to concentrate all the populations in the big population centers. If there is a pandemic,
It'll be worse.
it'll be, square rooted worse, So inevitably, who's going to do all the farming and ranching? Is it just going to be the machines and that's it?
Again, you're going to get different stories, so depending on which set of documents and which organization and which people you talk about. These are some of the organizations that are involved in the Great Reset. This is just the C's. There's about 500 or 1,000 of them. I picked C because there's a huge number of big, gigantic Chinese corporations involved in this. And at this point, I don't think we personally want to be working with it, letting the Chinese redesign our economy, but they are integrally involved in this. Apple, Facebook, Google, Amazon, all the big banks are parties to this. This is a really great presentation from former Energy Secretary Chu, and he's basically showing these are greenhouse gases, and he's making the case that the N2O is nitrogen fertilizer, nitrous oxide is nitrogen fertilizer mostly. CH4 is methane, and I don't know if he separated methane from fossil fuels versus methane from cows. But one of the big problems you have with cows, like all ruminants, they have to digest grass, and when they do it, they're very good at it, but they produce a lot of methane, both front end and back end. And so that is one of the driving reasons they want to get rid of our cattle, is because they're saying they produce too much methane. Methane is about 8 times more powerful than CO2 as a greenhouse gas. It doesn't stay in the atmosphere as long, but they're basically saying we have to get rid of cattle because they're helping to drive climate change, and nitrogen fertilizer is another. And he's basically saying 28% of greenhouse gases. He's also talking about fossil fuels in there. This is why getting rid of coal in America is not going to make any difference, because 52% of the coal use is in China now, and it's still expanding. U.S.'s coal consumption is tiny at this point. That's probably what you're going to find in general is the U.S. and the EU may do this, and we may do it well, go to zero emissions, but if the rest of the world doesn't, it won't make any difference. So. This is by country, and you can see blue is the United States, started small, but when our economy took off, there is a correlation between economic success and how much energy you use. So as our economy took off, that blue section grew big, and obviously the one that's concerning there is China's took off recently, and it's basically going exponential, so. Okay, he's making the case that we had a lot of wild animals in 10,000 BC, most of it. There was very few people, 0.2 million tons. There was 300 million of wild animals, and then he's going to show you what it looks like today. 400 million tons of people and 1 billion tons of cattle, and there's a tiny little bit of wildlife left. But that's a fact of life. We have too many people on this planet. They got to eat, and there's not very much habitat left for animals now. Okay, this is the interesting slide about the cattle industry. This tells you how many cattle there are by country, and you can see how much of the rainforest has been cut down by Brazil to expand their cattle industry. And you can talk to Drew or Larry Don or everybody else. They own many of the big meat packers in the U.S. now. They're shipping swinging beef up to the United States and selling it in competition with us. They're producing more than twice as much cattle as we are now, and they've basically been cutting down the rainforest. So if you want to target somebody, you might target Brazil more than us, but it's a global market. Nope, need to go back to a couple of importance. India has 189 million cattle. They're second on the list. It's nearly a capital offense to eat a cow in India because Hindus aren't allowed to eat beef. Those 189 million are for dairy only, and they're sort of a religious protected animal. And then the third one you'll see is there that China's already passed us in beef production because they have a lot of feed, and they have a consumer class that is getting more wealthy so they can afford beef now. So they're doing the same thing we did when we got affluent. We ate a lot of beef. Okay, let's move on. Again, they're complaining about ruminants, cattle producing methane as part of their digestive system. This guy put together estimates. Before the cattle and humans were there were huge herds of buffalo on the plains. All ruminants produce methane. If they actually put all of the wilderness back, restore the elk, deer herds to their former glory and the buffalo herds, they're going to produce just as much methane and greenhouse gases as our cattle do today. The fact is, if you have grasslands, you have to have ruminants to eat them, and they produce methane when they do it. So there are so many inconsistencies in this story. Well, they'll tell you this will fix this, but they kind of leave out, well, yeah, but this will happen and this will happen, and that's just another one of those. There is, in fact, a fix for this. Australia's developed it. They have a variety of seaweed that they've grown, and you can give a small percentage of feed to animals that are in feedlots. Maybe 2% of their feed. It completely eliminates the methane. It completely neutralizes it. So this is a problem that can be solved fairly soon as this is commercially available. And I guess the question is for all of our cattlemen is, do they want to start doing this to deal with the methane, or do they not care? The problem you have is they're going to blame cattle for methane unless you solve it, and they're going to put pressure on to get rid of beef. So I've talked to Larry Don and Carla Curry about it a little bit. They're not very interested in it, but it would be one way to get this issue off our back, because as long as cattle are producing methane, they're going to say we're going to have to get rid of our cattle to solve global warming. And the other obvious solution, Chu knows the founder of this company, Impossible Foods. You all know it well. They're basically producing soy burgers. I don't know how much market penetration they have. Their stock's doing pretty good. I'm assuming they are taking some of the market. Young people are concerned about the environment and beef, so they are switching. It's probably somewhat healthier. They could not make these soy burgers taste very good except going to one extreme measure. They designed genetically modified yeast that produces a compound that tastes like blood, and they're growing it in vats. So it's genetically modified. It's really close to Soylent Green. So, and they basically dump this hemoglobin substance on top of these burgers. I don't know how much a threat it is to our cattle industry, but obviously it could be substantial. And there's 2 of these companies now. That's really about all I had. There's one slide. Oh, this is aquaculture and fishing. They want to switch us to aquaculture, which is basically either growing fish in tanks or in netted areas in the oceans. You can look on here and see how far ahead China is. So if they actually force us over to aquaculture fish to get our primary meat, China already owns this market. And you can also see they are the leading exploiters. They have giant factory ships with drag nets that are basically just vacuuming up all the fish in the ocean. And that's one of the reasons why they're trying to off-limit some of the ocean, is so that this factory ship fishing can be put to an end and the fish stocks can recover. But there's a question whether China will acknowledge this. So And I think I'll finish here. I've talked too much, so.
So one thing I wanted to bring up, when you start talking about this and really looking at what this is, you say this is so far radical that there's no chance this is going to fly. It's just too radical. To think that you could have 50% of the earth protected from agriculture and all extraction industries, it seems insanely preposterous. So I took some screenshots of the presentation the other night, like Ed did, and what happens a lot of times, so Ed's right, when you go to the United Nations, chances are Russia, China, India aren't going to sign on, and if they do sign on, there's nothing that's going to happen with it. My biggest concern is that they always allow it on a voluntary basis. And look at how many Colorado organizations sponsored this the other night. And this was a global presentation. And we've got Congresswoman DeGette, we've got DeGoose, and those people sponsoring it. And so when they start looking for volunteers, I think while this may not happen globally, I think there's a reason to believe that we have people that are supposed to be representing us that will push for it to happen here. And so I think it actually does give concern for us, although I would say if you were living in the Ukraine, you'd probably be fine and not have to worry about it. But I do think there's concern. I find one thing from a strategic point of view is that we are always functioning on the defense. I've made an allusion with an A, not an I, to this earlier, but I'm going to lob it out there and see where it goes. One of the chorus lines we heard repeated often the other night is working with indigenous peoples across the world to have these things happen. And there were some texts back and forth and some discussion that wasn't part of this group, but maybe we should try to apply some pressure the other way and say, hey, all of these groups are coming out of Broomfield, Boulder, the Front Range. That land traditionally belonged to the Arapaho Nation, who have been displaced to Oklahoma and Montana. Maybe it'd be a good idea to start working on legislation or a ballot initiative where the Front Range has to begin to give back 1% of their land per year for the next 100 years, because I think they might vote for it.
Well, the key thing, whether this might happen or not, is the thing that's stopping it in America is the Republicans in the Senate. So this is all going to come down to whether they get rid of the filibuster and the Republican opposition. If they do, the chances are the U.S. will do this. It's almost certain that the EU will do it, although they don't have a lot of free land in Europe. But the most likely outcome is the developed nations that have a very advanced environmental movement will do it, and it's going to be tougher when you get out to Brazil. It doesn't have much use for this at all, at least at the governmental level. China, Russia, China has problems. They got to feed people, and obviously they're doing aquaculture and a bunch of other stuff. But Russia, I doubt, was going to do this. So selectively, we may do it, and when we do it, it's going to disadvantage our economy most probably, because energy and food is important to having a functioning economy. But I don't know if the environmental organizations have factored that in.
You know, I would add that, it does sort of seem like it's kind of a ridiculously huge project. But if you start looking at conservation easements across the United States, you look at the way those things are patterned, the way they are being developed, they remarkably align quite well with that slide that Ed showed us with that wildlife corridor that goes from Mexico up to northern Alaska. And there was another slide he showed there that showed, all the biodiversity regions with the boreal forest. And if you look at those conservation easements, they sure again align very closely with that. I looked it up today. How much of Colorado is under conservation easements currently? It's about 2%. And we currently have about 35% of the state in public ownership at this point. You know, it looks to me like they've already got a very good head start on this. I mean, if you want some evidence of whether or not this is really being advanced, I think the pattern of conservation easements really kind of illustrate that it is, in fact, happening. And Ed's already pointed out that not all conservation easements are necessarily a bad thing. There are some good things with it. You know, we always want to be careful of not throwing out the baby with the bathwater with everything. But at the same time, there are definitely some things here that look like this is exactly what's happening. To me, 20 years ago when I first heard about these wildlife corridors, I thought, good land, how would you ever get to this point? But, you know, I mean, incrementally, over 20 years, we can see already, Shaq's got it up here on the screen, how many conservation easements have happened in Montezuma County. And again, I'm not saying all of these are bad, but on the other hand, you look at where some of these are being placed, and you know, if you're preserving a bean field, and your objective is biodiversity, the only way you're going to get to that is if you restore that to a wild state. And I guess if you don't farm it and you leave it sit for another 999 years, which is the term of those conservation easements, then I suppose you're probably going to get some biodiversity that comes back. It will probably be a wild state again. But yeah, I think to me these conservation easements in particular really kind of show what the objective is and where we're really going.
And I don't want to sound like too much of a conspiracy theorist, because all of this sounds really radical and really suited well for a conspiracy theorist. But if you look at the conservation easements in our county, they're doing two things. They're growing the lands that are already protected, see how they border there, and then they're landlocking the municipalities. Where's my cursor? They're like Mencas here from growing. They're surrounding the municipalities, and they're growing the already public lands with protections.
One thing I said in an email, Chaffee County, I think Summit County, they're looking at 30 by 30, and they're kind of twisting at their own ends. They have something called habitat leasing, and they're like conservation easements for a short period of time, and they actually sound like they're a lot nicer and would be a lot better, and it would basically just let the landowner do it for their term. It is good that these are preserving farms and ranches, and I can attest to the fact that I have one of the larger mule deer populations in the county, and deer aren't stupid. They're going to the places where all the irrigated farm land is because there's water and grass and everything else, and that's not true in our forests, especially during these drought years. So I don't know. I think conservation easements in some respects may be working against this because they're going to keep farmers and ranchers in those places. The key point I was pointing out in some of the emails we've been exchanging between Shaq and I and James is there's a question whether these conservation easements tie the irrigation water to the land. And we need to figure that out. I don't know, but if you're going to conserve a farm or a ranch that's irrigated, you're going to have to tie the water to it. And it's not a bad thing if you can actually do that through a conservation easement, because that'll defeat demand management and it'll defeat water speculators. So, and if we could do some of these gentler ones where we're basically leasing habitat, I mean, then we are keeping our farmers and ranchers here. But these naturalists and these wilderness people really don't want the farmers and the ranchers in many of these areas. And then the other obvious one is they're going to take away all your grazing permits, and that's the thing that makes cattle big here is there's a lot of federal land with grazing permits that keep the big cattle operators going. And I don't know how they're going to operate if they lose all their grazing permits. So.
Private property.
Well, it'd be wilderness area.
Yeah, so they would eliminate all of that. So it would be more like Texas. It would have to be private property to function, right? I mean, if it's not out there on the BLM or the Forest Service, if that's gone in a conservation easement, then
Drew has it.
Can I comment on one thing?
You'll need to come to the mic, please.
In reading some of this stuff, once they do get these conservation easements going, and if they do have that water tied to the land, the federal government just owns your water rights then too. So that's something that it's been, talked about. And the conservation easements are one of their targets for sure. So if the water was tied to the land, there goes your water.
So, you know, I'd also like to point out, you know, I mean, what the effect of this is on public lands in Colorado. And again, we've got 35% of Colorado that's already under protection through federal ownership. And also that includes state parks, you know, other variety of lands that are in the public realm. But again, I mean, what is the objective of this? And some of it, you know, you may still have logging that occurs in some places. But, you know, Shaq and I we were exchanging some emails that had to do with an objective of planting, I forget how many billion trees that they want to replant. And, you know, I mean, that's great, you know, as long as logging is a part of the equation. However, you know, you got to plant more trees than what you're expecting to really get, because if you're, you know, you're expecting what, a 40% loss or something like that. Well, what if we have a miracle year and all of a sudden it's great precipitation again, just like what happened up on the Glade, where they went in, they planted those plantations, they were expecting about a 40% survival rate, and yet the survival rate was near 100%. Now it's all overstocked. And if you have no way to go in there and harvest that material, at least go in and do fuel modification projects, then all of a sudden you've really exacerbated the whole problem with wildfire and insect disease and all of the other things that proper forest management is really designed to help alleviate. So one of my concerns is, what kind of management do we have on this land? When they're talking about rewilding the land, to me, I'm hearing that means a hands-off approach. And that just does not seem to be very realistic given the population of the United States, the intermix of private lands out there. When you think about it, you know, the United States population grew by about 19 million people from 2010 to present. You know, it just doesn't look like that, you know, expanding the population base is really going to help alleviate this problem either. And once you get all these lands, I mean, so we've got 35% of the land that's in public land base, and yet it's not protected enough. And so all of a sudden we're looking at layering it up. Well, what are we layering it up with? Additional designations, probably wilderness designations, because the wilderness is really what their objective is.
And so that email he was referring to came from Senator Bennett's office, and it's 1.2 billion trees that they want to replant. And again, there's nothing wrong with, I agree with James, replanting trees if logging will be part of that equation. However, without replanting the native grasses and stuff that are hard to bring back, and without eliminating the weeds for the native grasses to thrive, you're really just bringing back a fire hazard. So there's got to be, in addition to replanting trees, which is a noble goal if you do it right with a plan for thinning it, they've got to try to bring back some of the native food for this biodiversity too. And I don't think anybody addresses that.
Well, again, we don't know what these designations are going to be. They're going to probably be what people can get away with. It's probably going to be this sort of the system we have now, where senators will start like the CORE Act or the Wilderness Bill, and they can write whatever they want to in the legislation. Bennett is one of the biggest sponsors of forest management bills. The state legislature is throwing money at it, especially after the wildfire season they had last year. So that's just, you can't sort out right now how those two forces are going to end up working together, because some people want wilderness, but some people want the forest managed again. So
the forest being managed is by far the best.
Well, I'm talking to some of the people in the collaboratives, and they like the wilderness. They think that eventually the wilderness will settle back into a natural forest and it'll be healthy. It's going to have to do it through wildfires. When we were doing the water values assessment for our MRI, one of the topics that came up is protecting the reservoirs via Cito and Lemon over by Missionary Ridge on Durango. And they've had some very serious fires there, and they've silted up the reservoirs and debris and so forth. And I asked, and Mike Prester, somebody said, well, this is wilderness, we can't do anything. I said, well, is it a problem that we have wilderness areas so that we can't treat these forests and protect the municipal water infrastructure? And a guy said, basically in one word, yeah. So you're going to have wilderness stacked around your water infrastructure. You're going to, when it burns, if it burns catastrophically, you're going to have debris flows. And if it's in a wilderness area, you can't do anything about it. So But again, you could write maybe less severe designations, NCAs or whatever else, and put terms to do this. So nobody knows how this is going to play out. I think what you should know here is the environmental community is very frustrated this is going too slow. And the pandemic is here, and all of these organizations want to do something fast. So they're putting a goal up there to do it fast. I don't think they'll actually achieve any of these goals, but it will go faster just because they're setting these goals. Again, they'd be setting the goal for 30, and they'll be happy if they get 15. But
And I agree with that. I don't think they're going to get this goal worldwide. My biggest concern is, and I'll reiterate it again, a lot of these worldwide sponsors are coming out of the Front Range of our state. And so it's going to have more of an impact here than it will in Eastern Europe, I assure you.
well, the greenwashing was Anheuser-Busch, InBev, and there are big companies that are throwing a lot of money into areas like Colorado because they want to greenwash, and they're going to put a lot of money in here. And Colorado's the place everybody wants to go because it's kind of the focal point of everybody's desire to go back to the mountains and et cetera. So these private companies involved could throw a lot of money at this. And again, I think our biggest concern is the rest of the world may not do it, but environmentalists in the U.S. almost certainly will, at least as much as they can get away with. So.
I would just like to note that we see a lot of things within this movement that appear to be at odds with each other. You know, they love agriculture, but they hate agriculture. You know, they love aquaculture, but every time you go out and you buy a package of fish, it always says, well, this is sustainably wild-caught fish. You know, they're talking about increasing biodiversity, and yet within subdivisions even, there's an amazing amount of biodiversity within a subdivision. They really don't define exactly what that means, except that they want it to be wild. So that's kind of a concern there, I think. So anyway, I'm just seeing a lot of these objectives that are at odds with each other. You know, and you know, as Ed's kind of pointed out, we really don't know what's coming, and that's part of the fear of it, of course. And again, we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Not every idea that they're promoting here is necessarily a bad idea. You know, it's just partly how we get to that idea. So anyway, you know, there's just a lot of unknowns here, and we just don't know where we're at with a lot of this yet.
And I think another thing that'll help, or that will stop it from becoming a global reality, and you'll remember from the presentation, the most overfished waters in the world are off the coast of China. And I think to globally, they were speaking, National Geographic spoke specifically to going into these overfished areas and preventing further exploitation of them. Well, I don't think globally you're going to have a very easy time telling China not to fish in their own waters. And as far as I know, there's only one Navy capable of even making that threat. And I don't think we want to put our Navy in that position. So I don't see that part of their hopes coming true. But they will take the volunteers, and they all seem to be in our state.
Well, the reason they're pirates in Somalia is they were a failed state and they couldn't defend their fishing waters. So all of these countries from China and the rest of the world went in there and strip mined all of their fish. And the Somalis, many of them were fishermen, so they didn't have a way to eat, and so they turned to piracy. I mean, that's why we have pirates, is all the waters off of Somalia have been completely fished out by other countries. So it is a good thing if they do protect the oceans, and if you could get 50% of the ocean protected, there would be probably a huge rebound, and you would actually probably be able to feed. Many of these documents say if you could protect these oceans, part of them, you would have larger fish, they would have more babies, and you would basically be able to restock the rest of the world outside of it. So there is a really compelling case to do that, but if they start doing these land issues, especially in the United States, they're going to cause a culture war like you've never seen before, obviously. So let's hope they don't. Again, I think at this point we're hoping that the Republicans can push back on it in the Senate, but you know how that could turn out in the next year or two. So
I guess I'm really there with Ed as far as protecting oceans. That's a whole different ballgame, and probably much more doable. Certainly not something we need to necessarily be all that concerned about in Montezuma County. However, the other thing that they did point out is that it's not only preserving 30% of the land base, but also 30% of your rivers. And so there again is where the big push towards wild and scenic and all these layering up of protection designations on our rivers is probably what we're going to see a much harder push on. We're already seeing it through the Core Act. We're already seeing it through Diana DeGette's push for the wilderness too. So it's already in play. It's already happening.
Demand management was kind of the kinder, gentler water market, get the ball rolling, but you can kind of see where it's going to go. As the water situation gets worse, they're going to pressure us for more and more water. So they're going to give us cash for it. They're going to maybe pretend that they're going to keep our economies and our lifestyle going. But as people start plowing up their fields and spend less and less time farming and ranching and more time just taking water, selling water for cash, you could kind of see where it's going to end in 10 or 20 years unless the water situation improves. So.
Questions, comments?
Just thank you guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, with that, we will, is there anything else that needs to come in front of the board today? Shaq, anything else come up that
I have nothing else for
we
the
need to
board.
address? Gentlemen, anything else? Well, then I will.
I'll make a
entertain-
motion. We adjourn.
I'll second it.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded that we adjourn this meeting for March 30th, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.